Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Let's hear what they have to say about the suspect that has been caught, they say. Take you out to the press conference this morning. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, teacher first. Hey, Vicky. Hey, Willie. Good morning. Somebody got some rest last night. Late, but I got it. Better late than never.
The Republican Party within the conservative movement was one that was not just something you saw on social media or online, but
We
as
have
we
a
saw even the
suspect.
other day in Utah, he had what he would do is he would go to these college campuses, he would engage with these young voters, he would engage with people who oppose his opinions politically, and he would offer this discourse. But the fact that he was also someone who he traveled a lot, he met with a lot of different factions of the Republican Party, a lot of the members of the coalition, the Trump coalition in 2024, from young voters to evangelicals, and to just a whole wide swath of them. He knew that he connected with them. He would help organize with younger activists, and he, in many sense, his organization TPUSA rivaled the RNC in a lot of different political operations, if you recall, Errol. So
Come on
I
in,
just want
come
to
on
jump
in,
in.
and I'll
New
take us to.
information that CBS News is receiving, and we have confirmed, and that is that the suspect has just a few moments ago
Turn
been
this up in.
named as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, residing in southern Utah, and apparently confessed to his father. That news just being confirmed by CBS News. We're standing by for a press update from the FBI in moments. You're watching our ongoing special coverage after President Trump announced a short time ago that a suspect was in custody. President Trump saying that a pastor working with a U.S. Marshal convinced the suspect's father to have him turn himself in. He has now been identified as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. We will expect a
Good,
special
good, good.
report to begin momentarily as the FBI shares what they know from Orem, Utah there, the
Y'all
incident
come
of
on
the
in and
apparent
we'll
assassination attempt
listen
against
to
conservative activist
what the
Charlie Kirk.
FBI.
It's a sobering day for so many and a frightening one, as Finn just laid out, with what appears to be an increase in political violence across the United States. This conservative activist holding an outdoor rally where he effectively encouraged young people to convince him that he's wrong, to convince him to change his views. And during that outdoor event, Charlie Kirk, shot in the neck, rushed to a hospital, dying a short time later. President Trump this morning saying that he hopes the suspect, now identified as Tyler Robinson, according to our sources, he hopes, President Trump says, he gets the death penalty. President Trump also saying this morning he plans to attend the funeral of Charlie Kirk, whose body was flown to his home state of Arizona on Air Force Two, thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance, who was a close friend to Kirk and his family. So that information just coming in to CBS News moments before the FBI provides an update on what they can share with us. And we're just a day away from when, less than a day away from when the FBI shared images and video of this suspect before and after the event there at Utah Valley University where Charlie Kirk was killed. Finn, what do you make of the new information as we stand by for a special report and this update from the FBI?
No, I go back to like the beginning of all this when, in the aftermath of the news of that horrific killing, that many people saw online or on air, but you know, there was a lot of confusion. Even in that first press conference, there was a lot of confusion about if they had a person of interest, if they didn't have a person of interest. And I think when I was speaking to some Republican officials here, party officials here in D.C., there was a bit of frustration, and you saw that frustration even within the MAGA base online, going after the FBI director for initially putting out that they had captured the suspect and then having to walk that back. But going from that sort of point of confusion to this point, I think it does offer some solace to those supporters of Charlie Kirk, those and those other officials who wanted to see some sort of solution here.
Finn, gentle interruption. The special report begins momentarily.
This is a CBS News special report. I'm Gail King here in New York. Officials in Utah are about to hold a news conference on the Charlie Kirk assassination. This morning, President Trump said that he is very certain that the suspect in Wednesday's killing is under arrest. He also said that someone close to the suspect turned him in. As soon as they have that news conference, we will take it immediately live. But for now, let's go right to Carter Evans, who is in Utah. Carter, what can you tell us? What have you heard?
Well, Gail, we are expecting this news conference to start any minute now. I'm watching off camera here to see when authorities start walking in. But here is what we know. CBS News has confirmed through multiple law enforcement sources that the name of the suspect is Tyler Robinson. He is 22 years old, so college age, just like authorities had said when they found that picture and first released that picture yesterday. We did get some clearer pictures yesterday that they had enhanced of this individual, and we're told that he confessed to his father. He lives in southern Utah, and that's where he confessed to his father and was apparently turned into U.S. Marshals. That is the latest. As far as details on how this all went down, what he has said to authorities about what occurred, has he confessed to them, we're hoping to find that out when this news conference begins in just a few minutes. We do know that they had a tremendous amount of video of this individual. They were able to get that out to the public. They had 7,000 tips come in on the tip line that they were following up on. But in the end, it appears that this individual turned himself in with his father.
All right, thank you very much. Let's turn now to senior White House correspondent Lisa Zhang and Anna Schechter, who is CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety. Good morning, guys. You know, yesterday when we saw, they released a lot of information. We saw his picture, we saw his escape. And when I went to bed last night, now it's only a matter of time, surely. When I woke up this morning, I said, now we're certainly going to have something. So I was surprised that it was taking so long since the picture was so clear. And I kept thinking, family members, somebody knows this guy. Somebody speak up, Lucia.
Well, you know, last night, Gail, we had a press conference from local authorities in Utah. The FBI director, Kash Patel, was standing with them. They released new images, but they did not say anything about coming close to having a suspect in custody. And it wasn't until this morning that President Trump, not law enforcement officials, but the president, broke the news that, as you mentioned, he said there was a high degree of certainty that the suspect was in custody. Multiple sources tell CBS News that the person they have has a strong resemblance to all those images that we have been seeing. And the president actually went on to reveal some of those details that we just heard from Carter. He said that it was a minister who was familiar with this person, who recognized him, and then this minister informed the U.S. Marshal's office, and somehow after that, the family became involved, and the father convinced his son, the shooter, to turn himself in. That's according to President Trump. But obviously,
good morning,
Gail,
everybody coming in.
Stay young at heart with a new cereal
I
cocktail
had
mixer
to get
at
me a
Culver's.
kill bowl, acai bowl
Because his name has been released. Everyone's Googling the name to find out what we can find out about this person.
with my pumpkin
You see they're
seeds. Hey, good
entering the
morning.
room now. And it's down.
Hey, Dot again.
At today's
Darn,
press
black
conference,
people always causing chaos.
We will hear from
Where they
Governor
paying?
Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel,
Not this
and
time.
Sheriff Mike Smith.
Hey,
We also have
Bryant.
with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant
Oh,
Governor Keisha
Patel.
Henderson,
He screwed it up.
FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local
Please
and
hit the
federal law
like
enforcement
button.
partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions. Thank you.
You absolutely right, Willie Spencer. No patrol. No U.S. Marshal. Not the Marshal. National Guards. Utah, the hood. That's the ghetto.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information
I
that
thought Utah
Robinson
was
had
safe.
confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah
Yes,
Valley
sir.
University.
White on white crime
This
do
information was
exist.
also
God
conveyed
bless
to
them, though.
the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th.
A great
in which
challenge.
is
I thought he was
observed
walking.
on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned CHARLIEKIRK was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, Oh Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao Ciao. And a third unfired casing read, if you read this, you are gay, LMAO. We are
Wow.
indebted to law enforcement across the state who has worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Before we listen to Patel, can you please hit the like button, the thumbs up on some devices? For others, all you have to do if you're on your phone listening in is double tap the screen. Like, hi, say hello, and tap it for me. That's a sign of appreciation as we listen in together and offer feedback. Thank you. I think he dropped the ball, y'all.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops.
Ugh.
The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House who have been so incredibly supportive with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to
For not firing you mean?
This sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times.
I'm a star.
And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. Governor Cox, we are so grateful.
Yeah, I still think it was, I don't know.
A little bit of the timeline.
He was a sacrifice to me.
Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday.
Used to express, I'm sorry.
Arrived on scene.
And I say he was a sacrifice to me because Charlie was allowed to be the voice for Trump to say and do what politically he could not get away with. He officially was not a part of the cabinet, but yet and still they are treating him as such in his absence, so he kind of was, but wasn't a part of the political party. Now they are classifying him in most places as an influencer, because he was able to influence young people to vote for Trump.
Historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox, our partnership has been
That's my opinion.
Absolutely incredible these last few days.
Oh no, Brian, he does not.
Your
He is
state and local
horrible.
partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has
He is
been
not for the people.
unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation. A little bit of the timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself and
I
Deputy
wonder does
Director
his
Montiel
daddy
arrived
and the
on the
pastor
scene at
get that
approximately
money?
5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time.
He
In
surrendered.
less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene
The ability.
and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver it to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees. Operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an
Please double
investigation,
tap your screen.
the FBI answered that call diligently.
I have almost 400 people in, and I have less than 100 likes. Please hit the like button coming in so that I won't have to pause. Thank you.
Critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes, for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk.
I
Rest now,
agree,
brother.
Kathy.
We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Whatever Valhalla is.
Thank you, and good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to
Amen.
thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for
I
the
dig
Kirk
that.
family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this.
Hi,
So
James.
thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal
You're
response
correct,
to
Willie
this.
Spencer.
Thank you.
He did out-hide them now. He
I
turned
also want to
himself
give a
in.
special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice.
He turned himself in. I don't know if the pastor recognized him or, but the pastor did reach out to them and to convince the father to turn himself in, and that he did. And they also did question his roommate.
Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere, and every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is
They may
this is
not
certainly
pressure. I mean, they
about
I know they are,
the
but
tragic
you know,
death,
his skin is not
political
dark.
assassination
They may say he
of
mental.
Charlie
He
Kirk.
mental.
But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals.
Let me pause for a minute. I'm, it's fascinating to me how we justify things. It is really time for us to stop being hypocrites. For every person who say No matter what your views are, no one deserves to be unalive because they have a different view and a different opinion. If you want us to bless that, then also bless that no matter what color you are, everybody is created equal. We didn't choose our skin color. It was chosen for us. The same person who chose yours chose mine. So if you want us to bless one, bless the other. No one should be unalive because of the color of their skin. Let's bless that. And that's not saying one skin color over the other. So don't pick and choose what you want us to bless. If you want us to bless a person's viewpoint, let's also bless their skin tone. Respectfully.
This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different
Max
than
to the
any other type of
boogie.
violence.
There go my Max.
For lots of different
Thank
reasons.
you, precious.
One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression,
Hey,
that
Vicky.
freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters
Right
so
there.
much.
Oh, let me back that up. That right there. That in which that we disagree. Yeah. You know, we got to get, I mean, it's puzzling that the current office wants to disregard the Constitution of the United States. It starts out, we the people. We the people. Not we certain class of people, not we certain colors. It don't say, it says we the people.
Assassination, political assassination of Charlie Kirk.
And one more. And if you want us to obey the laws of the land, if you want us to obey as well, it needs to be equality. Some don't get an opportunity to not follow the rules, break the rules, and still move forward and look over as if, oh, well, that was just a little breaking of the law. We can't heavily enforce it to some and not heavily enforce it to all. It is really time to get back to equality. Now, I know that I often say, let's not bring up a different president. And people often always try to go back to President Obama. And they say, well, what did he do? His focus was fair. It was fair. It wasn't just for black people. You know, it just wasn't for the rich. You know, and certain things that he was trying to enforce, he couldn't. But one thing I can say, he was about equality. And moving in that direction, it happened to allow a certain sector of people to have equality as well. And although I didn't agree with it, guess what? I understood it. I had to say I understand. You know, we can't ask for equality and then here go a sector of a same-sex relationships that I don't understand, I don't recognize, it's not biblical, it's nothing. But guess what? It exists. And if his drive was equality for all people, for we the people, right? If equality is we the people, then it is not his place to govern who sleeps with who. So I had to respect that. So if there's nothing else I can say he did, what he did do, he did it equally. Yeah, so because I think we have to get back to equality instead of separation and divide. Because right now we have someone in office, we have a cabinet of administrators who wants us to fight one another in our own country. And that's a problem. And we cannot continue to make excuses for it and justify it. That's just my opinion. Respectfully.
But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the
There's no but black people.
It is an attack.
There is no but black
our
people.
Ideals. This cuts to the very
It's we the
foundation.
people. So please remove your own comment, sir. It's not. Yeah, I'm not trying to have a black and white fight with anybody, and I'm not going to tolerate it. No, he did not. You know, when it comes to Barack, most people was mad at him because he allowed benefits, and you know, he allowed same-sex relationships and marriages, so it didn't matter what color they were. So stop that. And I'm asking you to respect my platform.
Of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons.
It was horrible what happened. I absolutely agree.
The
It was
very
horrible.
act that Charlie championed
Hey, Janet.
of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely.
Well, Rod, if Congress would have allowed him to if they would have passed what he was attempting to get passed, then he would not have had to go about it another way, which opened up equality for everybody, respectfully. You know, remember, they wouldn't let a lot of things go forward. He didn't rig it the way it's rigged now. He tried to allow it to go through the proper process. And because they would deny and wouldn't vote accordingly, he had to get equality in. He fought for equality. So we can move on. We can move on past that. Thank you for your opinion. I greatly appreciate it.
We will never be
No
able to solve all
hashtags.
the other
No
problems,
hashtags
including
in the
violence
comments.
problems that people are
YouTube is
worried
frowning
about,
against
if
the
we can't have a
hashtags.
clash of ideas safely and securely. Even especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours,
By design.
I've been as angry as I have ever been. As sad as I have ever been. And
You right, Pressure?
it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to on anything.
Let me say this. The more I listen to the people speak today, it was as if Charlie was a different person behind the scenes as he was when he goes to these debates. I mean, because they offer such good, solid, unified comments. Hey, Naturally New Orleans, as if, you know, one on one, what he spewed out of his mouth was different than what he did publicly. So I'm confused. Okay, I pushed it back for the ones that's just coming in. Please hit the like button coming in. I have 421 votes, but only 125 likes. Please hit, double tap the face of your screen, or hit the three dots at the top right hand corner and hit the thumbs up.
Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah
Hey,
County
Denise.
Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in
Oh.
leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks.
I
It's an
agree,
honor to be part of the Department of
Julian.
Justice.
Thank you for the clutch, Naturally New Orleans.
Again, to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we
Pat, you're angry. I mean, Ray, you're angry. I don't want, if you come here to be a distraction or to argue, you know, to be rude or disrespectful, go ahead and remove yourself. They didn't find him. He is detained because of himself. He turned himself in. His dad may have drove him. The pastor may have prayed over him before and walked in with them as well. But he turned himself in. His dad was with him. Silly rabbit. But he turned himself in. He had to say, I am Tyler. Slow bunnies. Oh my God. Just want to be combative. No, that's not acceptable. That's not here. That's the problem. Want to be right.
so invested in this?
He has to turn
violence
himself
happening
in.
all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, assassination, political assassination, of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an
Right,
individual.
GNC?
It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely.
Hey, Long.
We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people love Charlie. And young people
Hi,
hated Charlie.
GNC. Hi, Bruce.
And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies.
That love without conditions. So when people talk about he was a firm and strong believer in God, did he love without conditions? Did he love do you love without conditions? My goal, my strive in saying that I am a believer in Christ is to get to love without conditions. In spite of all our shortcomings, we will not be able to please everybody. But can I love you anyway? Because in reality, loving without conditions is the true forgiveness. So if we want striving to be more Christ-like, we have to first incorporating unconditional love. We have to include, whether we want to or not, whether we like it or not, whether we think it's crazy or not, God is unconditional love. And there's no debate over that. That's not an opinion. It's not a feeling. It's not that. It is unconditional love. So until we reach the place of unconditional love, there's work to be done within us.
Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went.
Now, Pressure, I can go back and forth with you about God loved the people but hated the sin. Okay. You, you are overlooking the fact that we the people, past Adam and Eve, past Adam and Eve, have no choice of sin. So please, let's stop that. There's a such thing called the sin seed. And it was planted once the fruit, the skin of the fruit was broken. Past that, you were born into sin. And all that comes with it. So there is no one on this earth that is sinless. You are sinless at the point of accepting him, not because of anything that you do. He says, no man stir up righteousness within him own self. You do not make yourself clean. Because of the acceptance is how we become clean. And strive daily. My point is, we have to reach a point in our heart and mind to get to unconditional love. That's the true forgiveness. And we all need for someone to have unconditional love. And if someone is doing something that we don't agree with, all we can do is pray for them. That's why he died. That's why he died, for the remission of what? He died for the remission of what? He did not like sin. He knew that because the forbidden fruit, the skin was broken. So he came to die for the what? And he rose with all power. Okay? So if he came on earth for the remission of sin,
went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been. As sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now,
I wish that there were some videos of the Charlie that he knows. I would have loved to hear the words that Charlie spoke on a daily. It's just two different Charlies.
now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie.
Thank you for being honest, sir. You're right.
And Charlie went into those places anyway. And These are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much.
That,
A few months ago,
I mean, for the ones who say it's spiritual, he says, forgive those who trespass against you. I mean, for the ones who want to make this spiritual and not political. He said, pray for those who trespassed against you. Are y'all praying for Tyler? I mean, since y'all are so offended and upset, I mean, it was horrible. I get it. But for the ones who say that it's spiritual and not political, please keep your full armor and please represent the God you serve correctly.
I referenced this last night. Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends.
Okay, so Lon, I respect your opinion, and you can put up every scripture you want to, but majority of them are out of context. He said, I came to save the world, not what? Because the way you talk, you and Pressure talk, y'all talk as if y'all save yourself, that you don't sin. Like you made yourself clean. No problem. You don't have to apologize. That's your opinion. So sometimes, when we come together, we have to elevate each other. Again, I respect that everyone is not on the same level. Some have been at this longer than others. Some are more spiritually attuned by way of education. All I'm saying is we can't add more to and take away the real purpose of Christ coming and dying. He came for the remission of sin. If we had a choice in sin, it would be different. We did not have a choice. We were born into it. And everything else that comes after that came after that. And he came. And he died for the remission of sin. You are not clean. Your hands are not clean enough to make you whole without the remission of sin. And that's my opinion. So Lord, he came to save the world, not condemn it. You and Pressure and Charlie sound more of fire and brimstone and condemnation. And that mindset would make his coming and dying in vain. If how you and Pressure and Charlie felt was true, there would be no need for him to come and give and clean us. We are clean by his blood, not your hands. Again, no man stirred up righteousness within him own self. You know why? It says because he will brag. He will pat his own self. His narcissism will pat him own self on the back. Pressure. Yeah. Is no man stir up righteousness within him own self, lest he brag.
And remember, internet fury are of who we have been and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations. I think we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence. And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns.
Yeah, we have the opportunity to do something different. I agree.
This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
Yep.
That somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There was no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country.
Yeah, I hope so too, Pressure. And you're right, Kimberly. It does look like a hoax.
Every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency.
Another Jeffrey Epstein
every American,
suicide.
Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. He said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know CHARLIEKIRK believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can
You believe that too,
change the
Pressure?
course of history.
And Long, do y'all believe that there's more good than evil?
Americans can make it
I mean,
so.
because he said that's what Charlie
Ladies and gentlemen,
believed.
we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Do y'all believe that? Do y'all believe that there's more good than evil? Do y'all believe?
And people coming
Okay,
together
good.
to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem.
I mean, why are y'all acting as if it's not possible that it was all staged? That could have been a whole Hollywood scene. I mean, there are such things. I mean, we don't know. We have no idea. They say that Epstein didn't unalive himself. There's a whole scheme going on with a whole nother world, a whole nother agenda with human trafficking and everything. I don't know. But because the cabinet is so deceitful, because there is so much deceit right before our eyes, there is a possibility. I saw signals. I saw a spot on someone's face before the bullet hit, and then I also have seen the videos that could have been altered. But I definitely saw something up under his shirt with a budge on a still shot. So there are possibilities. I've shown it, and I'll show it again. But I absolutely did see what Kimberly is referencing, because it was like a magnet. It was up under his shirt. It was black, and it moved as he moved with the projection of the wound. So I'll show it. But yeah, but again, you know, this is a cabinet, a office. This is a leadership that came in under conspiracies. So is it too far-fetched to believe that they would not create their own conspiracy to stop us from talking about the Epstein files? I mean, if we think otherwise, shame on us. That's why we keep being fooled. No, did he not come in saying we're gonna open the conspiracy files? Pressure, stop. That's fact. He came in. He campaigned. He campaigned under conspiracies of what? MLK, JFK, and Epstein. He won. He won, they say, because he was going to go back into the conspiracy files and expose them. So what are you talking about? Pressure full of lies. That should be your name. Big lie. So, yeah. And that has been this right here has been the only thing that has paused being discussed for us discussing the Epstein file and now the emails. And yes, there is a list. So yes, there is a possibility. And a possibility is a fact. Shit. Ooh, how funny. Kimberly, you put that out there and stirred it up again, didn't you? Respectfully. You know, it's all good with me.
Strong lead. And a Schechter
Oh, what did I do? Hold on, y'all. I went back too far.
Tips, according to the latest reporting we had. But again, what we are hearing is coming from the president himself.
Rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital OWO. Political violence is different than any other type of violence. For lots of different reasons. The most well-rested person.
Okay, I'm not going to stop it no more, y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen.
With him, with his speech.
So I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here. And
you, I can't believe you cool. I'm can't believe
from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but
you say I was blind, but now I see. He saved a wretch like me.
In this, there's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, assassination, political assassination.
You're right. A reflection
of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual.
Yes, we are.
It is an attack.
I agree. We are.
All of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is
experiment
an attack on our ideals.
Oh Lord, I said I wasn't gonna stop him no more. He said experiment.
The very foundation of who we are, of who we have been.
Experiment.
Interesting. And who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. we will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence. And securely. Even, especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And
I really
went
like
into
his
those
honesty.
places
I ain't gonna
anyway.
even lie.
And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where
No, you heard part of what I
feels
said.
like rage.
You have to add
It feels like
all
rage
of
is
what
the
I
only
said
option.
together with that possibility.
Through those words, we have a reminder.
Go back and
we
hear
can do
everything that
something
I
about
said.
Your generation has an opportunity.
Because
to build a culture that is
collectively,
very
all of what
different
I
than what we are
said
suffering through right now.
is the fact.
Not by pretending
Not part
differences
of
don't
it.
matter,
Not a
but by
piece of it.
embracing our differences
You a
and
peace
having those
man.
hard conversations.
Instead of pressure, your name needs to be
I
Big
think
Peace.
we need more moral clarity right now. I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not
Thank
violence.
you, Lon. It's a
Violence is
good book.
violence.
Isaiah is a good book.
And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable. And yet, all of us have an opportunity right now to do something different. I want to thank my fellow Utahns. This bad stuff happens. For 33 hours, I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us, that somebody drove from another state, somebody came from another country. Sadly, that prayer was not answered the way I had hoped for, just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year. But it did happen here. And it was one of us. But I want you to look at how Utahns reacted the last 2 nights. There was no rioting. There was no looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity.
Pete, you right.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat,
Republican,
please, please. Looting. There were no cars set on fire. There's no violence. There were vigils and prayers and people coming together to share the humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make. History will dictate if this is a turning point for our country. But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please, please, please follow what Charlie taught me. I'll just conclude with words I share often from a friend and author Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. He said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know CHARLIEKIRK believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Now, reflections. This is his view. This is how he feel. Now we know your current leader. He don't feel that way. Now, let's be clear, y'all. We have to let's keep it on. Listen, please hit the like button coming in. I really appreciate it, y'all. Please support the platform. Like, share, subscribe. You can join a membership. You can also send some gems down with the gift box. You can support with super chat, super stickers, and my Cash App, $ AUNTEAFEE is posted and pinned up at the top. Okay, so yes, I for the most part, any and everyone who has spoke, I appreciate this gentleman right here. I mean, is everything he say on point? No. I mean, there is still a slight separation, but for the most, but he is calling for unity, prayer, instead of violence. So I can appreciate what he is saying. Now, are there other people out there who uh, do not have his sentiment? No, it's a whole bunch of them. And it's fascinating to me that there was no violence in Utah where it happened, and it was one of their own. I thought that was interesting, but there was in other states. I mean, I saw a vicious attack at a protest, but in Utah, they came together in unity, and I appreciate that. So he needs to be preaching his sermon to Trump and this little guy right here, Patel, who failed. I believe he failed on purpose. I believe the two older gentlemen situation was staged. I believe it was staged. I believe them dragging the guy, two or three people dragging him with his pants pulled down, and just so happened he had on another pair of shorts. But I feel like all of that was staged. But why? Because of the Epstein files. That's my opinion, y'all.
I cannot speak to that. Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not, and by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this. That's I think that speaks for itself. There's nothing more that we can share at this time.
Governor.
About the gun, do you anticipate any more arrests?
We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests. Yes. But
Governor.
the investigation is ongoing.
Governor.
Yes, so right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. Those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southernmost, southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So, how we obtained the gun was found here. So I don't have much more details on that. We do know that he drove. We had his car here on campus, and then we had his car going south back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County. I'm sorry. We don't have any
Really
information
funny.
that lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. Yes. I can't answer that right now. Yeah, thank you. Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is what kind of watershed, and that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history. Look, I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late 60s, and having one so gruesomely displayed on camera in all of our hands and in all of our pockets. We are not wired as human beings biologically, historically. We have not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage, again, I would encourage people to log off, turn off, touch grass, hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now. I had a friend in a small city in Utah who said, we're getting together, the Republicans and Democrats in my little town are getting together to have a discussion tonight, last night, just to find a way to find their better angels. So yes, this could be, I mean, you know, again, you have to go back to JFK to have seen a video live of something like this happening. I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there. But this is our moment. Do we escalate, or do we find an off-ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice, and every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions. Two more right here.
Can we clarify that the release of those enhanced images at 8 p.m., the timeline that Director Patel gave us, led to the arrest at 10 p.m.? Is there a direct connection between those two events?
I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes. Yeah. So I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work in getting this information out. I would just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
And as you've just heard, authorities have announced they do have a suspect in custody for the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk on Wednesday. He's been identified as Tyler Robinson. He is 22 years old. He is a resident of Utah. Let's go to our justice correspondent, Scott McFarlane in Washington. Scott, there was a lot to unpack in that news conference, a lot of information just revealed to us. What stuck out to you?
Gail, a day-and-a-half manhunt that captured the world's attention ended, according to the investigators, when the defendant confessed to his father. And his father went to clergy, and they turned him in. This was a self-directed turn-in by the Robinson family, according to what the governor said there. 11,000 tips came in. All that video was released, and a couple key takeaways.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
What the governor said when he was answering questions about the video and about the case. that we do not have information that will lead to any more arrests. Not the most declarative statement I've ever heard, ruling out the
He was arrested.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to step away, y'all. I'm working. So I backed it up so that I can hear what I
Last
missed.
question here. Yes. Yeah. I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County. And so the most part of this is, thank you everyone for your great work in getting this information out.
Yeah, I have 700 votes, but a little over 200 likes. Can y'all please hit the like button? Like, share, subscribe, join the membership. Come hang out with me on a daily. Please, but hit the like button, which means like double tap the face of your phone. Or if you're on a computer, there's 3 dots at the top right. Click that and it'll take you to a thumbs up.
I will just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
And as you've just heard, authorities have announced they do have a suspect in custody for the assassination of political activist Charlie Kirk on Wednesday. He's been identified as Tyler Robinson. He is 22 years old. He is a resident of Utah. Let's go to our justice correspondent, Scott McFarlane in Washington. Scott, there was a lot to unpack in that news conference, a lot of information just revealed to us. What stuck out to you?
Gail, a day-and-a-half manhunt that captured the world's attention ended, according to the investigators, when the defendant confessed to his father. And his father went to clergy and they turned him in. This was a self-directed turn-in by the Robinson family, according to what the governor said there. 11,000 tips came in. All that video was released, and a couple key takeaways from what the governor said when he was answering questions about the video and about the case. That we do not have information that will lead to any more arrests. Not the most declarative statement I've ever heard, ruling out the possibility of more arrests or more people being considered culpable in this, but saying right now that this is the one person responsible for this murder. The inscriptions on the casings.
We should be able to learn from one another.
The United Healthcare CEO in New York City. These inscriptions, according to the investigators, included the phrases "catch fascist" and "Bella Ciao." Bella Ciao is a refrain, a motto of the Italian resistance against fascists during World War II. And also, Gail, it's noteworthy that the governor said social media is a cancer. Get off social media. That had been an issue early in this investigation when the FBI director was on social media announcing people were in custody. Those people would later be released. Here's a more traditional way of releasing information to the public with all law enforcement together at a news conference.
He said that it had taken 33 hours. What do you make about the speed of the case? When you think about it, they released the video, they released the pictures, and after that, things really seemed to ramp up. I was surprised to hear that he'd actually been arrested at 10 o'clock last night. Did that surprise you?
The FBI director had alluded to the speed with which this investigation was concluded. And this has been faster than other cases, but there really is no traditional speed for these types of cases. And it's hard to characterize this was faster or slower than it should have been. The search, you'll recall, for Luigi Mangione in New York.
Patel, FBI director, wasted a whole bunch of time. How long did he interview, interrogate, probably abuse the 2 elderly gentlemen? that they took into custody and falsely said that they had the suspect. You know, how much time was wasted there? If we're talking about time, let's talk about that time.
4 to 5 days.
Hey, stop playing.
This is a
How are you today?
strong indication that they think they've got their person and nobody else is a part of a network, or that there's still a public safety threat elsewhere in Utah or across America stemming from this man and this case.
Well, many people are breathing a sigh of relief that he is in custody. Thank you, Scott, so much. Let's turn now to senior White House correspondent Weisha Zhang and Anna Schechter, who's a CBS News senior coordinating producer for crime and public safety. Anna, you've been on the phone. You've got sources too. What stands out to you? What are you hearing?
What jumped out at me is that they've already looked through the electronic communications between Tyler Robinson and his roommate at the time. In fact, law enforcement just told us that the roommate was told to go to that wooded area and recover the gun that was dropped there, that it was wrapped in a dark towel, all that.
So, stop playing. Did you not hear the FBI press at all? Hey, Clarinet.
It was interesting, too, to hear that family members said that he had become more political recently.
So stop playing. You don't know what's going on? Hold on.
CHARLIEKIRK, and we see
I got to go back for my stop playing. She takes care of me normally when she's available. She's my mod. Let me go back for my mod.
Well, Gail, during that press conference, the Vice President, Dave Vance, did post, and he was careful to say that the investigation is ongoing, but he said this is a big...
Partners, following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director
This
Patel,
little man right here in the middle,
we'll take questions.
he dropped the ball. I happen to like the little Victor Maitland guy right here. I mean, not quite Victor Maitland, but you know, that press conference from the governor was weird and wild to me. This one right here, what did you not like? I like this guy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I think Patel.
Got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family
Thank you,
member of Tyler
Reflections
Robinson reached out
with
to
Kimberly.
a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office.
She
with
said, say my
information
name,
that
say my
Robinson had
name right.
confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Hey, thank you
This
for the
information
floating
was relayed
hearts.
to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. Information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m.
Well, that's what I was, I'm glad you said that, Clarinetta, because I was trying to make mention to big pressure, a big plot buster about that's what he won. Your current leader won his presidency on is the conspiracy of the assassination of MLK, JFK, and his best friend disappearance, movement, or self unaliving. That's what he won on. So, and the people voted for him, a lot of them. So, yeah, I can see him comparing it to JFK. And I am not going to fake the funk and act like that didn't cross my head, in my head. But only, if I may, the only reason it crossed my head is because of the signals. Were you with me that day when I kept saying, whoa, when I noticed that the guy behind him was throwing signals. So when all of that started happening, I did think about JFK, because they started saying, oh, the shooter was in the car. He was right there with them. You know, he shot, shot him in the neck or head or wherever. And he was right there. So it crossed my mind. No, he won because Biden thought it was okay to make us pay for illegal immigrants. Big pressure is Trump. Trump is his lineage, not illegal immigrants. Okay, again, here we go, picking and choosing. So he won a illegal immigrant won because Biden thought it would be okay to make us pay for illegal immigrants. And ever since then, he has been the illegal immigrant that won, has been lining his pockets with our money. Cutting what did he cut? Medicare, Medicaid, cutting assistance from us, the people who need it, for a descendant of an illegal immigrant. Make that make sense, but carry on.
In which he is observed on video in a plain maroon
picking and
t-shirt,
choosing,
light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned CHARLIEKIRK was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
He was hate. He was full of hate and spewing hate. He was not spewing love for one another. He was not spitting out unconditional love. He was spitting out, and this is someone of the same race was saying that he was spitting out hate, in his opinion. And if you are about God and his purpose, your purpose should be spreading love. Now, you know Precious, stop. Now you're lying, because even Trump himself said it was rigged. He said himself it was rigged. What are you talking about? Stop lying. I got to remove that comment, because that was nothing but a lie. If he said it was rigged, that's the most honest thing that man has said. He said it was rigged. And the guy who rigged it said it was rigged. Now, what are you talking about? See, that's deception. That is not of God. That is the devil. He come to deceive. Oh my God. You scare me, little brother. You scare me, little brother.
Roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate.
Bruh.
His roommate,
You scare me.
Made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact named Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point.
Who feared?
A rifle in a bush.
That don't make sense to me. Who's scared? What are you talking about?
To visually watching the
You're a
area
deceiver.
where a rifle was left.
You woke
And a
up
message
being
referring to
deceptive
having
this
left the
morning.
rifle
Go back to
wrapped
sleep.
in
Go back
a
home.
towel.
Go sleep.
The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those
Oh,
casings.
okay, my bad.
And I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second
there be
unfired casing
peace.
read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who's worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring. Doing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case, and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well.
It's interesting that you said that, Kimberly. I sent somebody, well, I know who I sent, where it talked, a doctor talked about the experiments that they did on like them 600 kids that Trump was trying to send to some foreign country. He was trying to traffic those kids and get paid for them to send those minors, you know, on the cool. You know, they negotiated that. But they also did these crazy experiments on handicapped kids as pregnant women or something. It was just crazy how they secretly did experiments without permission. That's why every time somebody is sick or something, I'll do a little research and send them natural alternatives, because there has been a lot, and I do mean a lot, not just under this administration, for years, a lot of unauthorized experiments, especially with our food. And it is managed a good way, or a secret way, or organized crime way of having managed healthcare to keep us sick. And that is, man, this has been eye-opening. Managed healthcare start in laboratories long time ago. Rich deals, Bill Gates. I mean, thinking about Idaho potato head, as Charleston White called that other guy. But yeah. Oh, very low, very low. Hold on. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna have to switch gears, y'all, because y'all know it's running hot, and my phone is running hot, and the battery is low. So hold on. So I'm gonna pause that over there, because what we were watching is over there, and I'm gonna have to switch gears, y'all. I am truly multitasking and working at the same time. Oh Lord, how can I do this? I got a lot going on, so hold on. And I want to see what this is, because they're saying that Tyler sent a message to Trump. I'm very curious to see what this is about. What type of message did he send Trump? Because in my opinion, this, whether he had a difference of opinion or not, because I believe that he was sacrificed for the man who he admired and adored, and that was his president. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Let me cut my volume up.
Anyways, it is the blueprint that was.
Y'all, please hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, join the membership. Support the platform. Super chat, super sticker, Cash App is pinned up at the top. And there is also a little gift box at the bottom. And hype it up. If y'all have the opportunity to hype Auntie Fee up, hype me up.
But Andrew Weissman, let me go first to you with your experience in the FBI and what we just listened to.
Well, in many ways, it is the blueprint that would.
But Andrew Weissman, let me go first to you with your experience in the FBI and what we just listened to.
Well, in many ways, it is the blueprint that was set in the Boston bombing case, where you have this outreach to the public and the dissemination of information. It was striking to me that that was essentially the purpose of the press conference, was to get that out there to the public so that anybody with information about what he looks like, his T-shirt, his cap, his shoes, his backpack, all of that is something that they're looking for leads, and that obviously is something that the public can and should do. I did want to make a reference to something that people might not know about, because there's been a lot of reporting about having found the gun. And I want to make sure people understand, in this country, it can be very, very difficult to trace a gun to a perpetrator. Unlike a car, where when you have a car, we can know from soup to nuts when it came off the lot and every single owner who had it. That is prohibited in this country. So you can have
for guns, it's prohibited.
For guns, it is prohibited. You can figure out when the gun was manufactured, but it is very hit and miss if you can trace who has owned it. There are all sorts of loopholes. And so just having found the gun, it obviously can be useful. There can be information there. But it is not the case that there is a record in the same way that you would have for the VIN, the vehicle identification number, for a car, where you know exactly from person to person to person. So I just want to make sure people understand, because of the laws in this country, this investigation, or investigations like it, don't have necessarily the tools that you might have in other countries to do that kind of tracing.
Kendall, we're continuing to run the video that was just released, which in effect was the entire purpose of this press briefing, was really just to release this video that they have been, obviously has been in their possession for quite a while. They were ready to do this, apparently.
Yeah, he turned himself in yesterday.
Today. Any indication of why this was delayed so long?
I worked as a medical
as
assistant for a female pediatrician. She
They've
told
had it for
me
quite a
never
while.
to take
Public could have seen
meds.
this
Yep.
many hours ago.
That's right, Lawrence. Well, one reason was stated.
And it's interesting that you said that, Peach, because I was watching something, and a dentist. A dentist was collabing with some other dentists. They don't use toothpaste. I said, say what now? Yeah, they said no. No. They do not. They do now. They push it and they clean your teeth and they do all of that. Whatever they do in office, but for them in their mouths, they do not use toothpaste. So there are other natural things that you can use to clean your teeth. And the worst, he said, the worst thing that you could do is put Listerine in your mouth. It's full of poison. And then I went back to childhood in my head. I remember as a kid learning how to brush your teeth, and they would always say, spit the toothpaste out. Do not swallow the toothpaste. Why? Because of what it's made of. It's harmful to your body. Then and they were also referencing how it was like a disgrace because it marketed kids with that some bubble gum toothpaste with the little speckles in it to attract kids. And I was like, oh my God. So that's why earlier when I said it didn't start with this administration, it's been going on for years, but it was like 3 of them. And the main guy who was talking, he asked another one of the dentists in the office. He was like, well, do you use Colgate? Do you use, I mean, and the other guy turned around and looked, I mean, because there was no patients in there. And he looked and laughed and he was like, hell no. And I said, look at these WMs. They sit up in here laughing and they do not use toothpaste. Y'all, that was mind blowing to me. So Peach, I believe you. I believe you. Yeah, it's a whole racket. It's a whole racket. It's a whole racket. Yeah, I understand it's the fluoride, but it's so, you know, long time ago, there were natural remedies. There were herbs. It was something that was available for you to brush your teeth. I haven't used, but they talked about Listerine, and I think he made mention of people just like to have that cool, fresh thing in their mouth. But, you know, the worst thing you can put in your mouth is Listerine. Yeah. So it's interesting that you said that. I'm sorry. Let's go.
Fairly explicitly by Utah officials hours ago, which is that they were waiting for Kash Patel, the FBI director, and Dan Bongino, his deputy, to land in the FBI jet so that they could attend this news conference. And
that's why you're in other countries, they ban a whole lot of bunch of stuff that's not banned in the U.S.
That they were going to have a briefing at around 2:45 p.m. and then they canceled that, citing rapid developments in the case, which led a lot of people to think that they were closing in on a suspect. But then you had Bo Mason, the head of the Utah Department of Public Safety, tell NBC's Morgan Chesky tonight that they have no idea. He used those words. We have no idea the identity or the location of the suspect. Don't know whether the suspect is still in the area or has fled hundreds of miles away. And you know, that's not a failure. I mean, these are difficult investigations. Andrew cited the Boston Marathon bombing. You can also think about the Luigi Mangione case. It took them 5 days to arrest Mangione, and only after help from the public, after a McDonald's worker spotted him based on a photo. And that's exactly what they're hoping for in this case. Unfortunately, the photos of his face are not terribly clear. But it just does show that despite all the video evidence they've collected, all the presumably the cell phone location evidence they've gotten, and the tips they've gotten from the public, they really don't seem to have made much progress in figuring out who this person is and where they are. I mean, when law enforcement agents start to just telling you the number of interviews they've done and how many agencies are responding, you know they don't really have very much to say of substance. And I wanted to make one other point, Lawrence, which is the governor said very clearly, the governor of Utah, that Russia and China are spreading disinformation about this situation, which they often do, as Andrew well knows, in mass shootings and other kinds of instances of controversy and mass violence in the United States. The thing that the public needs to know about that is that this Justice Department and this FBI disbanded the Foreign Influence Task Force, whose job was to try to combat that malign foreign influence and to investigate it and then to counter it. They've done away with it. The U.S. government is not doing that mission anymore, in part because Donald Trump didn't like the things they did about Russia, apparently. So it's really rather remarkable to see that governor of Utah lament the fact that our foreign adversaries are trying to exploit this situation while the FBI director is standing behind him, knowing that they have done away with the task forces that whose job was to attack that problem.
Joined now by Jim Kavanaugh, former ATF special agent in charge. Jim, what did you learn in that press briefing?
Well, I think the only thing that they told us new was the head of the troopers. He showed us the video of the killer egressing the roof, dropping down, looked like he had a rifle in a bag, hustles across the green there and then starts walking across the road and then dumps the rifle in the wooded area. So we'd never seen that video. And then, of course, the still pictures, Lawrence, that are on the staircase.
Hey, Joe Bass.
They're pretty good, but it seems to me, I can't tell from what they said. Is that from a video? If you have a video of that, release the video, because if you don't know who this guy is, you really need the help. Or if you have better still pictures of his face coming up that stairwell, get those out too. At this point, it's not going to hurt you to release more video and more stills. Just get it all out there. I think one thing we got to contend with, and the commanders need to contend with, this guy may not be local to, Orem, Utah. He could very well be a traveler who stalked Mr. Kirk, come from far, another state or something to do this. He doesn't have to be a local person, so he could very well have traveled.
Have he not been updated?
We are going to share a portion of a video. And
it says
we have of
there was a threat to Trump.
The suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible, so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now.
So I'm looking for the threat.
And a pair of sunglasses. Go to the stills.
Place where mostly young general is that this can just happen in America. It happens every day, and it happens, look, mostly from people on the right part of the political spectrum, but if you put that aside, it just happens all the time. Remember, this was at a school. What happened to Charliekirk happened at a school. It was a university, but it was like a school campus, a place where mostly young people go to learn. And then later that afternoon, in Colorado, I believe, there was another incident while this one was still breaking, where other people were shot at, I believe, a high school. And so this is going to keep on happening. And what this is a message to Trump that it doesn't matter if you embrace right-wing politics and then, maybe like, because the argument is maybe we embrace right-wing politics, the right-wingers will see the reason of our ways and they won't be so nut jobbery, but let's be clear. The person that took a shot at Trump was a registered Republican. The other person who is on trial right now, at least allegedly for trying to do the same thing, was, according to sources at least published at the time, a supporter of not Trump, but of other Republicans who were running in the primary against Trump, and who later, I believe, endorsed Donald Trump. And so all of this really goes to
common
show
denominator
that these shooters are sending a message to Trump, to Republicans, also to Democrats and the American people, that what's been done so far is not working. When you can just walk into a busy campus with a major celebrity there, that's what Charliekirk is, right? Like love him or hate him, major, internationally renowned celebrity and political figure, and you can walk onto the campus without seemingly anyone noticing, end a life in a very targeted manner, and then get away, cameras everywhere, but you still get away, and you see you running. The message that sends to the United States and the world is that this is so normalized that while it is horrific, it's ever present. That's the message. The message is this is a uniquely bad issue for a unique country like the United States. This doesn't happen in Canada. Doesn't happen in Europe. Doesn't happen in Australia and New Zealand. Doesn't happen in Japan and South Korea. Like other, wealthy countries. Right? Those countries all have video games. Those countries even also have mental health crises. They just don't have the guns in the number that the United States does.
Wow. What is that? How do y'all feel about that message? How do y'all feel about that message? T-Sippers, come on. What's your take on that? I mean, I can add to it. Come on, don't do this to me. I mean, I could very well add to it. I mean, hold on. I mean, he's always quick to say the other side, people so divided they have become blind to the fact. Pressure, you talk like everybody's on your level. You don't talk to reach the masses. You talk just to get your point across. So what you say won't reach nobody because you speak in code. You keep saying the same stuff, but you're not saying anything. Yeah, so you say people are blind, but you have not said anything to help them see. So stop that. You're a narcissist. Respectfully. If they don't see exactly how you don't have nothing to say, you won't tell us what it is that you're talking about. Hi, Mimi. Yeah, and it's interesting, or it's funny to me, in my opinion, that he's quick to say it was the other side, radical left, but typically these mass shooting at universities and schools and stuff like that, they're typically not left, and typically they're not melanated. I mean, if we're going to be honest, I mean, it's typically with these mass shootings like this, they're not where he, and it's not the race of people that he sends the National Guard to protect, because they are,
but Andrew Weissman, let me go.
Whatever words that he uses to describe people.
General.
And I believe that it's such a divide because that's what they have. That's how they set it up. They have always set up the divide. It's been like that for years. And it's up to us to remove ourselves and speak for ourselves and change the narrative.
General. Is that this can just happen in America. It happens every day, and it happens. Look, most.
Oh, okay. You just talking. Okay.
Spectrum, but if you put that aside, it just happens all the time.
Okay, so you're not trying to reach nobody. I understand. I stopped reading right there, so I don't know what else you said. I stopped reading where you said you're not trying to reach nobody. So that right there answered my question respectfully. I don't need to read the rest of it. Yeah. From the English to our politicians, these last 2 years have shown us true non-colors, okay? Isn't that interesting? Trump doesn't know what he's doing, right? Hi, Mark. Granddaddy old hustling rifle. He would use it to take down the antelope. at 500 yards on horseback. Wow. Now that's a marksman, ain't it? Papa was a marksman. I'm sorry if anyone else have come in. I'm sorry if I missed you. Hi. And please double tap your screen and hit the like button, as well as if you're not on your phone, hit the 3 dots at the top right and hit the thumbs up, please. I greatly appreciate it. Support the platform. Thank you.
But it was like a school campus, a place where mostly young people go to learn. And then later that afternoon, in Colorado, I believe, there was another incident, while this one was still breaking, where other people were shot at, I believe, a high school. And so this is going to keep on happening. And what this is a...
Yeah, well, the good words say, go tell of his goodness. I mean, you know, yeah, to be a believer is to go out and tell of his goodness, to go out to bring in, not just to, you know, receive his gift and sit on it. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. People pick and choose what part of God they represent. To not reach is not love, it's selfish. But there are some selfish Christians, I ain't gonna lie. You know, even Satan, the devil, he was an angel that turned because he was selfish.
Message to Trump that it doesn't matter if you embrace right-wing politics and then, you know, maybe like, oh, because the argument, maybe we embrace right-wing politics, the right-wingers will see the reason of our ways and they won't be so nut jobbery, you know. But like, let's be clear, the person that took a shot at Trump was a registered Republican. The other person who is on trial right now, at least allegedly for trying to do the same thing, was, according to sources at least published at the time, a supporter of not Trump, but of other Republicans who were running in the primary against Trump, and who later, I believe, endorsed Donald Trump. And so all of this really goes to show that these shooters are sending a message to Trump, to Republicans, also to Democrats and the American people, that what's been done so far is not working. When you can just walk into a busy campus with a major celebrity there, that's what CHARLIEKIRK is, right? Like him, love him or hate him, major, internationally renowned celebrity and political figure, and you can walk onto the campus.
Most people didn't know him.
Without seemingly anyone noticing, end a life in a very targeted manner, and then get away, cameras everywhere, but you still get away, and you see you running. The message that sends to the United States and the world is that this is so normalized that while it is horrific, it's ever present. That's the message. The message is this is a uniquely
water and God gives the increase. You're right, Kimberly.
For a unique country like the United States. This doesn't happen.
But that's a man after God's own heart. What you just said, Kimberly. For those who think that they are here, they save themselves, they remove their sins, they righteous, they clean, they did it. It's their will, their way instead of God's will, God's way. That's the difference. But when you are after God's own heart, that's the image that you are trying to portray. That's who you strive to be like, Kimberly, then yes, you know in your heart that we are here to plant the seeds, water, and God gives the increase. Absolutely. Absolutely. And unconditional love. Why unconditional love? Because that is what he gave to us. The unworthy, the one who will always fall short as long as we are on this earth. And he still saw fit to sacrifice himself for us. Yeah, ain't nobody clean. We all dirty. Even when we did not have a choice. You know, it was very hard for me when I went through that that process of sincerely surrendering. I didn't understand how babies could be classified as a sinner. How? They ain't done nothing. I mean, that was a hard one for me to grab a hold of. And it's still hard for some people. But if we understand the sin seed, it has nothing to do with an age. We are all born, every last one of us, past Adam and Eve and the breaking of the skin of sin. Come on now. Once the skin was broken. So we didn't have a choice. So when I hear people talk about choices, I roll my eyes. I promise I roll my eyes. Because if babies are born into sin, we don't have a choice. Let that sink in. So it don't matter how clean you think you are. I think I am. Even though I strive to be right, I strive to be better. It doesn't matter. So for everybody who still insists on we have a choice, we were born into sin. And babies don't have a choice.
In Canada, doesn't happen in Europe, doesn't happen in Australia and New Zealand, doesn't happen in Japan and South Korea, like other, wealthy countries.
You're right, Kimberly.
Right?
It's in the
These
blood.
countries all have video games.
It's in the
These
blood.
countries even also have mental health crises.
And with that, the blood
Have
still
the
works.
guns in the number that the United States does.
Yeah.
And I want to bring in our panel, MSNBC's investigative correspondent Mark Santia, White House correspondent Von Hilliard, and retired NYPD officer Jillian Snyder. Mark, walk us through what we learned and just your thoughts on where this investigation stands right now.
Anna, we heard a lot. We didn't expect to hear this much in a press conference. A lot of information was released, including, I think, what you heard from the government.
I just wish in this young man's untimely demise, I just wish, that his growth, his ministry, his voice, I wish that it would have been the other side of the coin. I just wish in him and his belief, in his walk and representation of God, I wish that it would have been of love and unity instead of division. I cannot accept that the things that came out of this man's mouth was of God. I will not. So then it poses a question in me that says, well, who was what God? I mean, that word runs deep and it runs far. I mean, so some people worship the red man, and I know he's not red. Some people worship Buddha. Some people worship themselves. I mean, I hear people all the time say they are God. I am my own God. Although God talks about idol. So when you hear somebody say, I'm a firm believer in God, that don't mean he believe in Jesus Christ. I mean, some people assume that. But when I listened to him, with a good ear and a bad one, it didn't matter what ear I listened from. It was not of love. It was not of unity. It was not of forgiveness. It was not of on one accord. Because, listen, When we all go to see our maker, he is not going to say black people, white people, Asian, denomination. He's not going to do that. So why should we preach that? That love don't fall up under the categories that the world puts it in. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. That's what it says. God so loved the world. He didn't say God so loved black people. God so loved white people. God so loved the dogs, the puppies, and the cows. He said God so loved the world. There's no dispute with that. So why do we divide it up? Why do we divide it? That division right there is not of God. And it hurts my heart that now we are not just divided color, race, nationality, male, female, now we're divided by God, not by God, the term God. So now I'm saying, I don't see God. I don't. What I see is that Trump was his God. He idolized and worshiped Trump. And he compromised his spiritual relationship with the higher God, the real and true God, for his worldly God. And that's my opinion. And that's the sacrifice. Yeah, he worshiped Trump. He did not worship God. There's no love. There's no love.
There, as well as the FBI, there was planning that went into this. They kind of detailed what happened not only on campus, the shooting of Charlie Kirk, but what happened before, the hours, the days before. Information that a family member recognized and reached out and cooperated with investigators. That investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who said Robinson had become more political.
And the funny thing about it is Trump campaign. I mean, on the Christian people, Christians, we need you to vote. Vote, Christians. I mean, I'm not a Christian, but I need your votes. I'm gonna be a deceiver. I'm gonna deceive you, and as soon as I win, you will see my horns. Baby. Huh? Yeah. He played on the Christians.
Years, the family member referenced a recent
a wolf in sheep clothing.
Robinson
What did Miss Francis say?
Prior to the day of the shooting,
the biggest mistake many American Christians make is not reading the. Oh yeah. Oh, and if they do read it, they don't study. It says study. He listen. That was it wasn't hard, but that's a big misconception as well. It says study to show thyself approved, not just to read to show yourself approved, not just to grab what you want to grab out of it to show yourself approved. The word says study to show thyself approved. That's why there are people out there who think that they can rep God with hatred. And that's why God tells us that there will be deceivers. There will be people who say they are believers and they will have a huge following, but it's deception. to manipulate and betray and lead you right on off the cliff. That's why he said, my sheep know my voice. And if you are of a good shepherd, you will not lead them astray. If you're a good one, you will protect. Don't y'all follow pressure?
Campus. They talked about why they didn't like him. They said he talked about why he didn't
A
like him.
great falling away will happen to. Yep.
He was full
Study
of hate,
to show
spreading
yourself
hate.
approved,
Family
highly
members also
divided,
confirmed
the word of God. There you go.
Also able to match all of that up. A lot of information came out today on it.
No doubt about it. And as we were listening, Jillian, I mean, we were scrambling to try to
I was not trying to do this today. But these people, they all up in this man's butt. Y'all know how I am about people, all up in his tail. And this man had a hatred. And hate is not of God. I don't care how you spew it, how you see it, how you say it's revelation. I hear you, I understand, but it still does not give you permission to promote other than God's mission. Let his will be done. You still do your part. I don't care if it is revelation. Yeah, because he's going to judge your heart. And when you poking fun and not trying to help and just want to be a nuisance and still rep God, you trying to hustle. You hustling. You gonna get in where you fit in. I don't care nothing about them shit. I got mine. Yeah. And then you gonna try to manipulate me. Oh boy, please sit down. I'm gonna tell you like I tell people, you ain't old enough, you ain't wise enough. You may use that on your wife and kids, but that shit you saying, pressure don't move me, dude, because you ain't ready. You ain't equipped. You are a deceiver. You are a manipulator. You are a narcissist who is self-preserved and self-serving. You do not represent God. You are for you and yours only. I entertain you, but pressure, you are not of God. In my opinion. That's just my opinion. Because if you were, you would spread love, unity, harmony, peace. In spite of, because there go that unconditional. In spite of what you see, what you hear, what the world is doing. Yeah, in spite of. You don't have no in spite of. You know how I know? Because you told me you don't have no empathy or sympathy. You don't care nothing about none of that. I got my forgiveness. Let everybody else get their own. That's what you want. Respectfully. Okay.
Members talking about Kirk in the days before the shooting, Discord messages we learned between the suspect and a roommate referencing a rifle that had been dropped and engraved bullets, which we now know were among the evidence retrieved from the scene. How do you see this evidence?
I see it as being very strong corroborating evidence. Again, they didn't give us any clarity on whether the suspect has made a formal statement. All of this is what we're hearing from law enforcement reports based on family member statements, based on the text message exchanges. So again, we don't know yet if the suspect has made a formal and declarative statement on what motivated him, but we can definitely take from this that there was political undertones to this attack and that he had been displaying behavior that should have been suspect to his family or friends. If he was talking about that much hatred, and if a roommate has text message exchanges about a rifle.
But Kirk, what's his name? Charlie, he spoke hatred. So now it's going to be, okay, so he spoke hatred and it should have been a warning sign. But what about Charlie's hatred? Should that have not been a warning sign? So now we're going to have to say, well, here go the well. Here come the justification. Well, what Charlie was saying was, you know, he was speaking, he was this, he was that. But when Tyler was talking about hate, well, his was this and his was that. What? They both were speaking hatred. Neither one of them was speaking love. So if one, there should have been warning signs. It should also be the same with Charlie. We have to stop making excuses for hate. We got to call it what it is in order to try to work on turning that around. Hate is hate. Love is love. Unconditional is where we are striving to be, because that's where God is.
You know, why didn't anyone pick up the phone and call someone or reach out to him and make sure he was okay to maybe, you know, try and prevent something like this from happening?
I think some of the timeline is still a little unclear about, you know, when those Discord messages were sent, if they were before or after the crime, exactly.
Oh, yeah, you know, I mean, let him go. You know, I'm okay with that. Yeah, but we got to speak the truth. The truth will set you free. Again, I often say, y'all, if I have to see myself a wretch undone, if I have to thy own self be true, my expectation will be for everybody to see their self in order to ask God to help us to elevate, to take these certain things away from ourselves. To thy own self be true. And if I have to go through that process, I feel in my heart of heart, everyone has to go through that process. No one wants to hear certain things about ourselves, but it's said in love. I mean, whether I agree with you or not, it doesn't mean I don't love you. If something harmful comes to you, you tell me you sick, you whatever. And you're going to see love. You're going to see me trying to see what I can do to help. Officers help you get to a solution to better. Yeah. So he can be whatever. Any and everybody who come in may not want to hear it, but I'm still going to tell the truth.
Unfolded and exactly what was said. So there's still a lot of gaps to fill in here. I'm wondering, Jillian, if you are interrogating this suspect,
I totally agree with you,
especially
Kimberly.
if the relative says he has confessed to them, what would be your first questions?
That's hard because, I mean, I'm going to assume he's not going to make a lot of statements at the forefront, and with the law enforcement's going to execute search warrants, they're going to try and go into that room with as much evidence as they can throw at him, because then at that point, you're weakening him. Now he knows, obviously he knows he's caught at this point, but once they dump what they have already found out, that's going to put a lot of pressure on him to just say what he was looking for. Now, I want to add something to this. This Secret Service has conducted studies on assassins, would-be assassins, and they found something very interesting across the board. Well, political violence, and there's always some type of political motivation as a secondary undertone. One of the main drivers of this behavior is notoriety, is visibility, and being recognized as somebody. So I do think we're going to learn more in the coming days and weeks, and I do think that Tyler Robinson is going to make some kind of statement because he wants everyone to know who he is.
Aaron Gilchrist is standing by with us, was listening into that press conference in Utah, and our Brandy Zadrozny is also joining us as well. Aaron, we heard from the FBI Director Kash Patel, who we know arrived on scene there in Utah last night. He was part of this press conference. What did we learn about what's next?
Yeah,
in this investigation?
he was turned in last night.
About the director's role now as part of a hands-on member of the investigative team.
Well, Anna, we know that the FBI and the state's Department of Public Safety worked closely together on the investigation since this really started at a little after noon on Wednesday here local time. And so we've seen, obviously, agents and investigators from the state on scene here on campus, working the crime scene, processing the crime scene here, going up onto that rooftop where the suspect fired the rifle from, taking measurements, taking imprints from footprints and forearm prints and palm prints apparently as well there. And so the agencies have been working together, as you heard today, nonstop with very little sleep for some of these investigators since the very beginning of this. I think it was it really was impressive, really, as Mark Santia noted, that you got today in this briefing a lot of detail about what happened and how it happened, and even how the arrest was effectuated as well, more so than you might have expected at this point in the process. Effectively, you heard the leaders here lay out what will be the case that they make in front of a jury potentially once this goes to trial. The governor did sort of try to educate us on how the process works here in Utah. We have seen, obviously, these mugshots now. He said charges will be coming. They've not been filed yet. But
they're going to hit him with so many charges.
That once they brought someone into custody,
he'll never see light of day.
Their intention is to seek the death penalty in this case. So some of the other details that emerged in this briefing, obviously we talked about the fact that there was a family member who was able to make the connection for law enforcement here, seemingly through all the photos that were released up until this point. Someone recognized him, and that is what investigators were hoping would happen. Someone would see these pictures, blurry though they may have been at different points in the release of images, but clearly enough that someone could make a connection, and then there was someone who reached out to law enforcement, a family member reached out to law enforcement in Washington County, which is more than 200 miles away from where we are, near the Arizona border with Utah here. And that's when the arrest process began. Around 10 o'clock last night is local time is when Tyler Robinson was taken into custody here. I think it was also noteworthy that we heard more about the rifle. We talk about motive in a case like this, and obviously the governor said that in conversations that Robinson had with other people, he talked about why he did not like Charlie Kirk, and on the rifle, on a casing, on a bullet casing from the rifle that was used here, they found an inscription that read, "Hey fascist, catch." So that gives you some indication about where law enforcement is going in terms of developing a motivation for this attack on Charlie Kirk here at Utah Valley University. Anna.
Brandy Sadrosny, you are looking into more on what could potentially be the meaning in some of what they've described on these bullet casings. What are you learning?
Well, we're learning that Tyler Robinson speaks in internet speak. And so it's hard to say when someone is speaking in internet speak whether they're being truly that's what they mean, or whether they're trolling, or whether they're sort of pretending to be something else. So all this with a grain of salt. But the bullet casings, one of the engravings was notice his bulges, what's this? Again, that's an internet joke. It's a meme. It's about, gay, trans people. So that is probably what the Wall Street Journal reporting, saying that they had pro-trans messaging, was probably about. And then it said, "Hey fascist, catch," and then it had some up-down arrows, and that is from a video game it's for an attack that means like total destruction. There was another Bella Ciao, which is an anti-fascist anthem. And then if you read this, you are gay, LMAO, which, laughing my off. So again, it's hard to say what it means so far. They said, come to your own conclusions. And I think you kind of can. But for the moment, we just have to be very, very careful. So all that we know, again, Robinson, we haven't found any of his internet profiles. He was on Discord, which again, he's 20 something years old. This is a child of the internet. He's on the internet. He's clearly of the internet. But where he existed on the internet, we just don't know yet.
Mark, your thought on the details there involving the bullet casings, as well as the amount of details that the investigators, actually it was the governor who brought that specific information to us in this press conference, that the fact they've been revealed all of this publicly, I know in covering other crime cases that oftentimes investigators hold back information because they want to be able to question a suspect about information that only the person who committed the crime would know before putting it out there for the world to see.
I think it's very safe to say investigators have a lot of information. This is what they revealed, but Anna, no doubt, they held back a lot for this case because, as you said, when they sit down and have that conversation with Robinson, if it's not been had already, they want to hold some of the cards. They want to keep some surprises that they don't release to the public. They released a lot of information. We don't know how much they've held back, especially as you were talking about Discord. And the investigators worked with friends and family. They seemed very willing to speak and to cooperate. They saw that several messages were shared there about a drop point, retrieving a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, wrapping it in a towel. There's a lot of information they gave us on that they disseminated, but at this point, we don't know how much they're holding back on.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me go get some water. My mouth is dry. Y'all, please hit the like button. I'll be right back.
This week, President Trump is spotlighting his war diplomacy, while the Republican Congress presses on with its Epstein probe, a partial rebuke to Trump's demands to drop the issue. Congress deposing Trump Attorney General Barr, who was in charge when Epstein died in custody. And tonight, we actually start our program with a new Beat special report for you, tracing the sordid path of crimes, investigations, corruption, deals with government insiders, often Republicans, the suspicious death of Epstein in custody of the Trump administration's first term, the secretive responses we've been seeing for years across these issues. We're going to show you the new Beat timeline that we've created, reporting for the first time tonight, raising fresh questions for Trump and other government officials. We are going to explain this, what you see here, coming up in this first segment of the show. A timeline that actually will make more sense, we think, when you recall the facts, how Epstein first presented as an elite, wealthy person with ties to other important people, but then his whole facade showed sudden cracks when local police investigated a report of Epstein molesting a 14-year-old, leading to government plans to charge him, which were then watered down into a lesser charge under a secret deal with a Republican appointee, Alex Acosta.
Jeffrey Epstein went to jail just before 10 this morning. He pleaded guilty in open court.
There is no argument that Epstein got an extraordinary break. A backroom deal, some have described it.
What was so important to the government that sex crimes described in this agreement were treated so lightly?
Because of apparently some very high-powered attorneys, they've treated Mr. Epstein much differently.
Very differently. The Bush prosecutor who did that largely let the co-conspirators that were under investigation go, and Epstein off the hook with a brief sentence. That prosecutor later promoted by Trump. We'll get to that. But the evasion of accountability there under public pressure was a problem. And so as the pressure built, later, career prosecutors in DOJ, one of whom who was later fired by Trump, then brought the case during Trump's first term, which changed everything. And then we had Epstein suddenly dying in federal custody.
NBC News has learned that disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein is dead.
His body in that van you see there, seen heading for the medical examiner's office.
Found dead by apparent suicide in his jail cell. Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys questioning whether his death was a suicide.
Whatever happened with Jeffrey Epstein in prison back in mid-July still has not been fully explained. That death has spurred more questions and theories than just about any case. And many of the questions are valid. The Trump DOJ was in charge. Everyone knew Epstein was a notorious high-profile defendant, and yet he died. The Trump DOJ prison, their system there, lost the key video footage of Epstein's cell door. It's never been recovered. They also oversaw other blatant failures, compounded by more secrecy from the top, all the way up to Trump. And then
I think
Barr
I
told
can
everyone to take his word that Epstein had just killed himself.
go without really eating.
Built as years went on, and Trump campaigned for his basically running against
What
his
is
own
this?
Epstein secrecy in his first term.
Oh, hold on.
Barr's successor vowed to fix
Hold
the
on.
Trump DOJ's own past secrecy.
Okay, hold on. I need to hear this.
Would you declassify the Epstein file?
Yeah, I would.
Because I heard some truth up in there.
Leading to government plans to charter deals with government insiders, often Republicans, the suspicious death of Epstein in custody of the Trump administration's first term, the secretive responses we've been seeing for years across issues. We're going to show you the new beat timeline that we've created, reporting for the first time tonight, raising fresh questions for Trump and other government officials. We are going to explain this, what you see here coming up in this first segment of the show. A timeline that actually will make more sense, we think, when you recall the facts, how Epstein first presented as an elite, wealthy person with ties to other important people, but then his whole facade showed sudden cracks when local police investigated a report of Epstein molesting a 14-year-old, leading to government plans to charge him, which were then watered down into a lesser charge under a secret deal with a Republican appointee, Alex Acosta.
Let's go.
The average dog only lives.
Oh, yeah. All I've heard was the truth.
10 birthdays, 10 first summer swim.
Watered down into a lesser charge under a secret deal with a Republican appointee, Alex Acosta.
Jeffrey Epstein went to jail just before 10 this morning. He pleaded guilty in open court.
There is no argument that Epstein got an extraordinary break. A backroom deal, some have described it.
What was so important to the government that sex crimes described in this agreement were treated so lightly?
Because of apparently some very high-powered attorneys, they've treated Mr. Epstein much differently.
Absolutely.
Very differently. The Bush prosecutor who did that largely let the co-conspirators that were under investigation go, and Epstein off the hook with a brief sentence. That prosecutor, later promoted by Trump, we'll get to that, but
promoted.
The invasion of accountability there, under public pressure, was a problem. And so as the pressure built, later, career prosecutors in DOJ, one of whom who was later fired by Trump, then brought the case during Trump's first term, which changed everything. And then we had Epstein suddenly dying in federal custody.
NBC News has learned that disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein is dead.
His body in that van you see there, seen heading for the medical.
So they say.
Found dead by apparent suicide in his jail cell. Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys questioning whether his death was a suicide.
Whatever happened with Jeffrey Epstein in prison back in mid-July still has not been fully explained.
Right.
That death has spurred more questions and theories than just about anything in this case. And many of the questions are valid. The Trump DOJ was in charge. Everyone knew Epstein was a notorious high-profile defendant, and yet he died. The Trump DOJ prison, their system there, lost the key video footage of Epstein's cell door. It's never been recovered. They also oversaw other blatant failures, compounded by more secrecy.
Baby, if anybody else would have made them type of mistakes, can you imagine?
Barr told everyone to take his word that Epstein had just killed himself.
Take his word.
That didn't silence the questions that built as years went on, and Trump campaigned.
Take my word.
For his second
he was a bad guy. He's dead. He's gone. Are we still talking about?
Successor vowed to fix the Trump DOJ's own past secrecy.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now.
This is not the breaking news that you would expect.
The FBI and Justice Department say they've found no credible evidence of an incriminating client list.
Everybody knows what came next. Trump DOJ breaking its vow to release more material, then trying to distract by releasing, after the memo there, an alternative hallway video, which has been criticized, but of course wasn't the original correct video that remains missing. All of that stoking the more recent questions we've heard this year. Trump's Epstein summer with blowback from the Maga base, elected Republicans, Democrats, victims advocates. So now, let's apply the full facts so that we can look at these questions. I'm going to show you a timeline here and what we are learning in this case. We're going to look at the recent secrecy, the failures by the Trump administration, why this case has been a failure for justice and governance and transparency.
Oh yeah, before I forget, I pressure respectfully, the president, big guy right here, he formally announced this morning on one of them shows that he is sending the National Guard to Memphis, and I quote, he said, and the military, if necessary. The National Guard, and he made sure he put that in there. The military. So everybody talking about in Memphis. So he said, okay, well, I'm going to treat Memphis like a foreign country, and I'm going to send the National Guard first. And if that don't work, the military. He's ready to go to war with Memphis. No, you said yesterday when I said the military, you said fake news. Trump never said he would send the military. The National Guard is not the military. That's what you said yesterday. And he said, no pressure. No, Auntie Fee is right. I said the military. And so he reiterated it this morning. Need you hear it? Okay, thank you.
And history helps reveal.
Now, let me say this. Now, although I have for over a year been saying that Memphis, the National Guard need to come to Memphis. The National Guard need to come to Memphis. I've been saying that for over a year. I do not think the military needs to go to war with Memphis. I think some laws need to be put in place, and everybody should not have the right to bear arms. No, I think that opened up a whole different can of worms. There should be limitations. There should be restrictions. It should not be open to every mindset, everybody. I think the mental stipulation need to be added back. I think that if your criminal past, if your record indicates that there is a habitual what is that word they talked about that guy? I can't think of the word they used. It was so cute. Yeah, that you are a habitual criminal, that you defy rules, guidelines, and regulations. I don't think that they should have the right to bear arms. No, Fee ain't right about, no, I tell you my shortcomings. See the difference? I say I have shortcomings. Y'all give me a 1 in the comment if you have heard me say I have shortcomings. We all have issues. Ain't none of us right. No man stir up righteousness within him own self. If y'all have heard me say, even if you've heard me say, I don't know, but I don't know, but it's saying, I don't know. And if somebody has heard me say, I don't know, but what I do know, I know. But what I don't know, I don't claim to know everything. Not at all. I don't know. And a lot of times I have to remove myself, especially when Laquita pop out. So you are a lie. I don't know everything, but what I do know, I know. What I know, I know. What I don't know, I'll tell you, I don't know. No. I don't know about that. I don't know. You see the difference? To thy own self be true. Yeah. Now, I used to be self-centered, self-absorbed, and it was all about me. I know y'all have heard me say that. I know y'all heard me say I had to see myself a wretch undone in order to cry out to God for change. Yeah. I don't move in narcissism. I do not move in narcissism. Yeah. And when you start doing research, study to show thyself approved, when you start doing research on narcissism, one of the key descriptions is lack of empathy. So when I hear people denounce empathy, yeah, my narcissism antenna rises. Oh shit. Oh hell. I agree with that. You agree with all of them traits of a narcissist because you are a narcissist. So yeah, let me keep going. Let's go.
The current issues, the questions facing Trump as president and as a civilian, because before he was president, he had a sordid history with Epstein. And when we're done walking you through this timeline, you're going to see why so many questions endure to officials linked to Trump, to officials carrying out his priorities at DOJ, all of which has drawn this backlash.
The current DOJ
so they worship Trump.
Covering up crimes, very serious crimes.
Last week, she put out a 2-page memo effectively declaring the Epstein case closed, which is convenient given the speculation that Trump might be in the so-called client list.
Absolutely.
I voted for this man. This is by far the biggest fumble of the administration they've had thus far.
It's indefensible. It's indefensible that the answers aren't there when so much was promised. He and his administration keep acting like they've got something to hide.
The Epstein case has many details and open questions. Our timeline today focuses on the key facts and developments, starting in March 2005, when local police in Palm Beach, Florida, began a probe into Epstein, investigating reports of abusing victims as young as 14. The local case led to Epstein's indictment for a single count of soliciting prostitution in 2006, not the more serious conduct. In fact, the lead detective in the Palm Beach office referred the case to the FBI to look at the more serious crimes, and those federal investigators began probing allegations. In 2008, Epstein reached a deal with the Bush administration's federal prosecutors to take that local.
So it started with the Bush administration. So let me correct it. I thought it started with the Trump his first office. So I was incorrect. Per him, it started with the Bush administration.
Epstein got a lenient, short prison sentence and an unusual agreement that the Bush DOJ would not prosecute Epstein further or 4 of his co-conspirators.
I'm gonna have to research that, but that's what he's saying.
Prosecutors also agreed to keep the deal secret and not inform Epstein's victims about it. A judge later found the Bush DOJ's secrecy deal
because I thought Acosta started under Trump,
violating those victims' rights. So the facts show from the start, Epstein got this unusual protection from the government in this period, a Republican administration, Bush. And Epstein was a rich, powerful figure. He had ties to people in business and politics. He hired a Republican-connected lawyer, former independent counsel Ken Starr, and served just 1 year in that deal. Now, another 9 years went by, and then the Miami Herald reported an Epstein expose on the allegations of his conduct and that Bush-era prosecutor who cut the sweetheart deal. That investigative report gained traction, partly because of
I'm gonna have to research that, y'all. But let's keep listening.
The very prosecutor, Alex Acosta, to his cabinet.
Have you ever seen the magic glasses that can see clearly without glasses?
I need to check into them glasses.
Acosta to his cabinet. The headline at the time hammering how a now Trump official gave a serial sex abuser the deal of a lifetime. And that public pressure from the Herald drove a new
I didn't
probe.
yeah, I didn't pay attention. I missed that. I'm sorry.
Acosta had poor judgment in the case. And that the
But I don't know that means it should have been a priority just because they had the file. Because, and I say that respectfully, but they still have MLK file. I mean, they still have all these other files. But was it a priority? I don't know. Now that I don't know. But I'm listening, though. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Epstein and others were just indefensible, leading to a fairly swift federal indictment of Epstein on far more serious.
I don't like these sweetheart deals, though.
The pressure drove the original prosecutor Trump had promoted, Acosta, to resign around this time. And in a key decision,
who did?
the
Hold
judge
on.
denied Epstein bail, forcing him to be incarcerated before any trial. It was just over defensible, leading to a fairly swift
moving the
indictment
goal.
of Epstein on far more serious.
I'm moving the goalposts. Oh, he's saying something that I haven't heard. He actually said Bush's name. I mean, I'm not trying to move the goalposts. I'm saying I'm hearing another name. You said since Clinton did not register to me. Bush. It didn't register. He said it. He is going through a timeline. So now I'm seeing it. He said Bush administration.
Trafficking charges. And the pressure drove the original prosecutor Trump had promoted, Acosta, to resign around this time. And in a key decision, a judge denied Epstein bail,
because,
forcing him to.
And with that being said, now I'm hearing that there was another sweetheart deal that was presented back with Bush. I have not heard that. So I'm not moving the goalposts. I mean, as things are coming, I'm listening and I am parking it. I'm hearing another sweetheart deal. So now we're hearing that he has had more than one sweetheart deal. Why does he get this special treatment? And he is in his crimes of pedo crimes. Yeah. Okay, narcissist. Okay. But you don't care about him no way, because it ain't your daughter. Like you said, you know. So you really don't care. See, I care. See the difference? You see the difference, Pressure? I care. You don't.
Incarcerated before any trial. It was just over a month later, August 2019, when Epstein was found dead in his cell. The situation was suspicious. Officials there broke several protocols. Epstein was a high-profile detainee. He'd been placed on suicide watch, which was then quickly lifted. Guards failed to do required inspections the very night of his death. And a lot of questions were hanging over all of this. So let's go even further ahead, all the way up to 2019 and what happened after that. Because key videos went missing. Trump Attorney General Barr even admitting the prison made mistakes then, but claiming that he personally reviewed prison video which showed no one entering the cell.
I'm glad to hear you say right that, Pressure. No, I think those women deserve justice. Everyone involved should be investigated and prosecuted without a deal.
Brought by a career prosecutor, Maureen Comey, daughter of former FBI Director Comey. And her work continued on when the Biden administration took over. She won Maxwell's conviction and this 20-year prison sentence. Then, during the 2024 campaign, the questions and theories about Epstein's crimes and special treatment were heating up on the right. It was a problem for Trump, given that he promoted the original prosecutor, that he oversaw the DOJ, which failed to answer questions or have transparency about whatever happened in that prison cell. So Trump tried to go on offense, vowing to declassify and release Epstein's files. And his attorney general took over that message and advanced it in office, now infamously claiming that she had the client list on her desk, which she later contradicted because shortly after, the DOJ released an alternate video from the prison.
I like where he's going with this.
Video that shows Epstein's cell door is either
He's being
lost
honest
or hidden. It's never been released. And Bondi released the now infamous memo that said they wouldn't provide any other Epstein documents. So Bondi went from saying there was a client list to there wasn't. She was lying then or lying now. The DOJ memo then said there was no other Epstein info that was going to be released, which ignited that firestorm of criticism we all lived through. And given the broken vows, that couldn't hold. Trump soon contradicted his own DOJ's memo in saying he would try to get grand jury material released, but those are limited transcripts. A lot of the big Epstein information is in the Trump DOJ. They could release it anytime. One judge has denied this. And as the Trump administration's contradicting claims drew more heat on its secrecy, the DOJ then sent its former Trump criminal defense attorney to interview Maxwell in prison and then transferred her to a better prison, an apparent reward for the one person doing any time for Epstein's indicted federal crimes. In July, Trump's DOJ also fired the top prosecutor who won the case against Maxwell, Comey, an unusual ousting of a career prosecutor with no public explanation. So what does this timeline show? That Epstein got help and special treatment and sometimes unlawful benefits from the very federal government that claimed to be investigating it. It happened under the Bush administration, with officials later promoted by Trump. The Trump DOJ only picked up the case in the first term after journalists reported those revelations. Epstein's unusual death met with total secrecy by the first Trump term, and the prosecutor who busted Epstein's co-conspirator ousted in the second term, while Trump and other officials made false, sometimes knowingly false statements about this public history. This is a damning account of President Trump's approach to this case in government. Now, this is a serious governing problem for President Trump and the DOJ and obviously the impacted victims. Even if we learn nothing else about this, it's an open scandal for this administration. And then
I totally agree.
Glaring and inconvenient facts that go back even further before Trump was in government, before the lengthy timeline we just saw. Because as a civilian, Trump had a long relationship with Epstein, who had bought property near Mar-a-Lago, socializing with Trump, engaging in activities, and both men referring to Epstein's sexual controversies. The two men partied together. They appeared in public and before cameras. This is footage from a Mar-a-Lago event in 1992.
Oh, that was buddies.
Trump's wedding in 1993. And while Trump famously likes his own jet with Trump branding, he found the time and reasons to fly on Epstein's private jet at least 7 times, per the New York Times. Trump photographed with both Epstein and Maxwell in 2000, again at Mar-a-Lago. And the Journal reported about how Trump drew those bawdy sexual references in a birthday card for Epstein, citing, quote, wonderful secrets. Trump denies this and is suing the Journal over it. He now claims his Epstein friendship was shorter than reported, that they clashed over an employee Epstein had poached from Mar-a-Lago, while other accounts say Epstein was a Mar-a-Lago member in 2007, over a year after that original indictment we showed you. Trump breaking the vow to release more Epstein files, but he's also in them, according to recent Journal reporting. And as for Epstein, he was secretive about any time that the two men might have spent with minors when pressed under oath.
You ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Legally, these social links alone are not evidence of a crime. They are evidence of a conflict of interest.
the kind of link that requires a judge or prosecutor to recuse from a case. But Trump has been doing the opposite, commenting and intervening. His DOJ's actions on Epstein repeatedly putting secrecy over facts, politics over accountability, and, as we saw in the recent controversy, a special transfer and leniency for an actual sex trafficker
convicted
over justice for the victims. There has been a lot of talk about Epstein, and at the core, this is a case that matters so much to the many people, many victims whose lives were forever altered by Epstein and Maxwell. But you don't need even more Epstein documents, though people are pursuing them, or more facts to understand the raw outline of this case. Some of it predates Trump, with Bush-era prosecutors cutting a deal with a powerful person and cutting out the victims from even learning about it. But much of it involves Trump, from the personal social links to a government that he is overseeing, that after all of the talk and claims for justice and demands for truth in this sex trafficking case, the big thing the Trump administration has done is continue the secrecy, continue to cut the victims out, and, most astoundingly, help and serve an Epstein sex trafficking co-conspirator over truth or justice.
Oh my goodness.
On part two.
Let's have a moment of silence for the victim.
Continue to cut the victims out, and, most astoundingly, help and serve an Epstein sex trafficking co-conspirator over truth or justice.
Over truth or justice for the victims. Can we have a moment of silence for the victim? A lot of us care. A lot of us care. The victims matter.
Justice for the victims. To the many people, many victims whose lives were forever altered by Epstein and Maxwell. But you don't need even more Epstein documents, though people are pursuing them, or more facts to understand the raw outline of this case. Some of it predates Trump, with era prosecutors cutting a deal with a powerful person and cutting out the victims from even learning about it. But much of it involves Trump, from the personal social links to a government that he is overseeing, that after all of the talk and claims for justice and demands for truth in this sex trafficking case, the big thing the Trump administration has done is continue the secrecy, continue to cut the victims out, and, most astoundingly, help and serve an Epstein sex trafficking co-conspirator over truth or justice for the victims. On part two, expert guests are on hand to respond to our new timeline. We walk through what we have seen from the very first investigation and special treatment and government connections that ultimately benefited first Epstein and later Maxwell in this recent Trump era. For a special discussion on this new report, we're joined by Nancy Erica Smith, a civil rights attorney who's represented victims of sexual assault and harassment, and former federal prosecutor and congressional counsel, John Flannery. Welcome to you both. Nancy, given your experience in this area, what does this now fuller timeline tell us about what's happened?
Well, it tells us that victims of sexual abuse, even pedophilia, don't matter in our justice system, and they never have, especially when the perpetrators are rich, powerful, connected politically. the law enforcement community has ignored victims since the beginning of time and continues to do so. And even in this story, the victims, except for what you just did, are rarely even commented on. It's the intrigue of what happened to Epstein and who was involved. But it doesn't.
You know, I remember there was a point where, I mean, you know, now I need for everybody to hear me with a good ear, cause somebody may come back and say I never give someone credit, or I just run with what I think. But I remember at one point, Pressure was saying he's still alive, and I was like, oh, I don't know, and I don't know. He's still alive, and there is a chance he is still alive. And when I say that, you know, I'm like, why did he have so much orange in that room? If somebody was on some type of watch, how did he get all of that orange stuff in his room? It looked staged. And then the missing the missing video footage and all of that type stuff. And who was in charge? Barr. Who was, when I talk about hierarchy on the pyramid, who did he come in under? He came in under Barr's daddy, Donald Barr. And he put him in that prestigious job that he did not qualify for. So under the pyramid, it appears that Epstein was groomed under Barr's dad. So yeah, there's a possibility that it was all staged. So earlier when they was talking about staged, or fake, there is a possibility, because with these elite men and a few women, the cover up is real. The staging is real. The special prosecution is real. The minor convictions, but you still get out every day to go to work, is real. It happened. Unbelievable, but it happened. So is there a chance that he's already back on an island still trafficking? Yes. Absolutely. In my opinion.
The reason it matters is because a lot of Trumpers went down the rabbit hole
Crystal.
of QAnon and conspiracy.
Janet. And let us not forget that he is still depositing millions of dollars. Money is still he's still getting paid. To traffic. He's still making money. Right now, today. Hi, Samantha.
Being pedophiles and having a pedophilia ring in some Washington, D.C. tweets.
Let me jump in and have you continue. That the political part, in a way, has boomeranged on one party. And you say it sometimes doesn't matter. That's clear. Other times it could matter. We'll show some of the timeline again. From the very beginning, the first deal cut by the Bush federal prosecutor, later promoted to the Trump cabinet, that you see there on that far left.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels. If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you clean, here's why.
I love my magnesium.
Later promoted to the Trump cabinet, that you see there on that far left, was cut as a secret deal where the victims were not even informed. And many of them feel and say they feel re-traumatized by the last few months, where Maxwell and other activities have gone down with this Trump administration, again, without them, Nancy.
Yeah, and all victims of sexual violence and pedophilia are damaged here, not just Epstein victims who are clearly damaged by what's going on here. I mean, if
I don't
Maxwell ends up
expect
at
for
Club Fed,
this
it's
administration to
outrageous.
tell
It
the truth
violates even the
about
prison
anything.
system's own rules. But you know, Karl Rove, I think, started it, accused them of what we're doing. So they swift boated a war hero for a draft dodger, and now they've accused Democrats of pedophilia when they've really covered up and protected one since for the past 20 years.
John Flannery, we'll put the timeline back up and tell us what you think is important here, because as we've done in past reporting with you, the facts sometimes are covered up and lied on, but they can still be powerful when presented.
True. I think that the synthesis that you put together is among the inventory of breaking news stories that you've organized in the past. And I think that what the answer to Nancy is that she makes a difference. We all make a difference whenever we clear out these people who take advantage of their position so that somebody can be above the law, as is the case here.
Okay, hold on. How long I've been on here? 3 hours. Yeah, please hit the like button. What time is it? Oh, it's lunchtime. Ooh. Hold on.
Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
It say the real reason
Are actively being blackmailed.
Kirk was unalive.
Is being used on a members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful.
When did he say this? When did
Congress are actively being blackmailed? The Epstein playbook
Congress
is being used on a daily.
So he knew this.
Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey
Do
Epstein.
y'all remember when I said that if he was truly a believer, that he would not have been okay with what was going on, and once the evidence would come out, that will probably be an issue for him. If he is true. Now I still don't know if he is or not, but I felt just by what I had heard him say that he probably would have questions once the emails came out, and once what he believed in his big daddy or Papa, Pop or Trump had said was true. And once the evidence was coming out, showed that it was a fact and that he had been deceived, that will probably pose a problem for him. So to hear this, and they say he is a devout believer in Christ. Is that what he said? In God, to hear him say this, that's a whoa.
Was a key player in a members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Including his pop. Did he believe that, though? Did he believe that Trump was in them? You said, oh, it's more when you hear everything Charlie was saying about Epstein files, you will see he is not a ride with Trump on everything, okay? He was pushing hard for them files to be released, okay? Interesting. Hold on, let me see what else I got before I go. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Y'all, I need 20 likes, please. Oh, I definitely need that one. Let me clear up some storage. Let me see here how. Come on, lady.
So Charlie Kirk just had a full-on meltdown over Representative Jasmine Crockett. He served up a cocktail of racism, sexism, and white supremacist talking points. So let's break it down point by point.
And by the way, just so we're clear, Jasmine Crockett's district, you're getting eliminated. Sorry, you're gonna have to go be an influencer.
So was he a part of the Trump administration? How could he make these type of statements if he were not a part of the administration? How does he know that? How does he know that?
Translation: we're going to gerrymander your district.
How do you gerrymander someone's district if was he a part of the Senate? How does he have that type? How did he have that type of power? So even in that gerrymander, how? I thought he was an influencer. Yeah.
And white supremacist talking points. So let's break it down point by point.
And by the way, just so we're clear, Jasmine Crockett's district, you're getting eliminated. Sorry, you're gonna have to go be an influencer.
Translation: we're going to gerrymander your district out of existence. We can't beat you in a fair election without rigging the map. Also, imagine thinking that an influencer is an insult. Like, she's literally influencing legislation for her job.
Jasmine Crockett, what skill set does she have? I think we all know.
Yeah, we do know. She's an accomplished attorney, owns
He
her
even
own law
said
firm.
he thinks
She's an
that they were
elected
destroying
official. She's a
any
fierce
evidence of
advocate
Trump's
for her
involvement.
constituents. What skill sets do you have again, Charlie, besides stirring up hate for clicks and views?
The great replacement of white people is far more sinister than any redistricting project.
Congratulations, Charlie. You said the quiet part out loud. That's the white supremacist great replacement conspiracy theory. The same lie that has inspired actual violence in the past. No one's replacing white people, Charlie. We're just making room at the table for everyone. And that terrifies you. Gerrymandering silences voters, especially black and brown voters, by redrawing districts so that their voices no longer count.
And Jasmine Crockett is just some circus act in that entire operation.
You mean a black woman who refuses to back down when you come at her? That's not a circus act, Charlie. That's literally her doing her job.
But it's definitely serious. You shouldn't take what she says seriously. It's just a joke. What she represents is very serious, which is the continued attempt to eliminate the white population in this country.
So let me get this straight.
That's a lie.
You think that she is both a joke and some part of a sinister plan to wipe out white people? Which is it, Charlie? Because what she actually represents
Wow.
is democracy, and that's why you're scared. And here's the thing. This isn't just about Jasmine Crockett. This same fear is why people like Charlie work so hard to demonize immigrants. Because every time that new voices join the conversation, they lose a little more grip on their power. And deep down, they know it. That's the real panic. Not replacement, but equality. See you soon, Charlie. So Charlie Kirk just had...
So I'm particularly concerned about your brand of Christianity as a Christian myself. So I'm particularly concerned about your brand of Christianity as a Christian myself. Christian nationalism, I do not agree with at all. I think it's antithetical to the values of the early church. And I think, how do you reconcile especially white Christians in this America, marrying politics and power with their faith in this country?
Yeah, I don't want to do that one. 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 Hold on.
What percentage of America is black? 13%, right? What percentage of the murders in America are
I don't want to do
black
that one either. Yeah, I don't like the miscalculation on purpose. I just
Of a liberal and someone that would use the sword if they had it. They are very violent people at their core. They always have been. They can't debate. They can't have conversation. So they'll resort to these tactics. They're going to do everything they possibly can to try to murder this movement because they can't beat us. So they're going to try to take weapons. And no, we're very aware of that. I'm aware of it. We have to have full-time security. This is not a joke. This is who these people are. Of a liberal. As someone that...
It was another one I wanted.
You live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't want to hear that capitalist stuff. I just did not see the love of God.
That black people get reparations. I believe they should. So I, white man, have to play for black people. Why?
Wow, that's a really selfish thing you just said.
Hold on. Why should I?
That's a really non-empathetic thing to say.
Wait, why should I have empathy for a race? I have white guilt because I have breathed? Why should the white students here
have to work harder to pay for black kids. What is that all about?
Not every black person has lineage connected to slaves.
That's
and
true.
Every white person doesn't have lineage connected to slaves.
Yes, that's right. So since every black person doesn't have a lineage connected to slaves, why should we generalize and say reparations for black people?
Because there are people that are in a worse place.
So over 150 years, they didn't have any ability to make better decisions, to save money, and to invest. How about you take responsibility for your own actions instead of blaming the white man? Should black people get reparations?
I believe they should.
So I, white man, have to play for black people. Why?
Wow,
And he said instead of blaming the white man. Well, who went and took them from their native country? Who went over there and got them? Who kidnapped them and enslaved them?
Black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
About half of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay, let's talk about it. These are obviously racist claims, but I will respond to them as if Charlie Kirk were a reasonable person.
Black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
About half of all prisoners are black.
Wrong. Just 38% of America's prison population is black. That's according to the U.S. government. But it makes you wonder why Charlie feels the need to add an additional 12% to the black prison population. Could it be because his bigoted talking points only work if he exaggerates? If Charlie were actually looking for the race that makes up half the prison population in the U.S., he'd look no further than white people at 57%.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
Wrong. The word "so" is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
So blacks commit more crimes.
He's saying "so" as in therefore, as in one.
Black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
About half of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay, let's talk about it. These are obviously racist claims, but I will respond to them as...
In America, black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population. In America, we learn about toxic masculinity. We never talk about toxic femininity. Do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
I mean, I think it's an unfair double standard.
Why? How can femininity not be toxic masculinity can?
I think that they come from two very different places. I think toxic masculinity comes from a level of misogyny, where I think toxic femininity often comes from a reaction.
I heard that kidnapping too, Denise.
System which fundamentally oppresses and systematically oppresses women. And I'm not saying that toxic.
Oh,
In
man.
America, we learn about toxic masculinity. We never talk about toxic femininity. Do you agree that there's toxic femininity as well?
I mean, I think it's an unfair double standard.
Why? How can femininity not be toxic masculinity can?
I think that they come from two very different places. I think toxic masculinity comes from a level of misogyny, where I think toxic femininity often comes from a reaction to a misogynistic system which fundamentally oppresses and systematically oppresses women. And I'm not saying that toxic femininity is a good thing. I'm saying it's a much more understood and valid reaction to a system of oppression versus toxic masculinity, which oppresses.
Okay. So even if I grant you that, are they teaching toxic? Is that term ever been used in a school that you know of?
One is creating a system.
Oh, no, that's.
Oh, now, okay. So now he wants to know if that term. We're not debating if the term. So he ate you up with the response, and now you want to debate if the term is being used. Oh my God.
Charlie Kirk said in a tweet yesterday that Ketanji Brown Jackson is a diversity hire. She's only there because she's a black woman. You dropped out of community college, my guy. Your skills are being 6'4" and being white. Justice Brown Jackson has a bachelor's degree from Harvard. She was near the top of her class. And she has a Juris Doctor, a JD, from Harvard. That's a law degree for you who never graduated from any college with anything ever. And she was also near the top of her class in that too. Matter of fact, do you even know what a bachelor's degree looks like? You don't? I got you. That's the bachelor's degree, you know, because you never reached that level. You didn't even reach the associate's level, so you don't understand what that is. Let me ask you another question. Gums aplenty. Do you know what a master's degree looks like?
He said gums are plenty.
CHARLIEKIRK said in a tweet yesterday.
He said gums are plenty.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is a diversity hire. She's only there because she's a black.
He said
Everybody, I'm here in South Korea, by the way, here to park at night. That's the most dangerous thing that I just saw, which was a black cat. No bums, no people trying to attack you. It's amazing. Crime is a choice. And here in South Korea, they decide not to put up with crime. I wish you the same.
Lock in, fuck niggas. We about to fact check this shit. First, if you fuck with me, check out that podcast. Let's get it. What the hell are you talking about? The policies that South Korea has, most right-wing conservatives do not want. Well, for one, it's illegal for civilians to own or distribute firearms. While in America, we're still debating if civilians should still own weapons that hold high-capacity rounds. Then you mentioned the fact that you don't see any homeless people. First of all, we're not calling them homeless anymore. They're displaced people. And the reason why you probably didn't see any unhoused people is because 83% of them are in shelters and 75% of unhoused people are in urban communities, which we both know you're not gonna go to. Not to mention that South Korea has universal health care. Again, another idea that you go against. So it's so funny for you to use South Korea as an example for America, but the policies that South...
Everybody, I'm here in South Korea, by the way, here to park.
Okay.
So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped, and she was going to give birth and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's no, but it's a real life
That's
scenario
graphic.
that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane. So if
Oh, wow.
you had a daughter,
Can't stand the word empathy.
so if
Can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that...
I don't know. So when you look up narcissism or narcissist traits, one of the first ones is lack
Can't stand
of
the word
empathy.
Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage, but can't stand.
I didn't go to college.
So are we not? So are we not supposed to have empathy for? That's what I'm saying. They want to stop the world because this young guy has lost his life, and they want us to have compassion, empathy, sympathy, and all of the things that he did not believe in. So as Christians, in spite of what he liked or what he thought, how he felt, we are still supposed to line it up with who? Yeah, so it don't matter if he had a problem with it. So here I go again. God be like, sister girl, let's move everybody to the side. This between me and you, not you and them. I don't care what he said. My purpose, my plan for that person over there is between me and them. What did I tell you? What did I lay upon your heart? Me and you has nothing to do with me and them or you and them. So in spite of this guy right here, that the whole world is supposed to have empathy and sympathy for, and he didn't have it for nobody. You line it up. Some people are like, well, which one is right? The only way to right is to line it up with God. We all have our differences of opinions. We are all raised in different households. Everybody's values are different. How we eat, how we think is the seed was planted in the house that you was raised. However, when you become at a point where you have a relationship with God, you line it up with God. That is the only way we get to what is right and what is wrong. And if this man did not believe in empathy, that's again between him and God. But you have empathy. You have sympathy. You have bereavements. You have compassion. You have unconditional love. You have in spite of him. In spite of. You know why? Because that's how we get to unconditional love. In spite of what he said. In spite of what he thought. In spite of what he spewed to black people. You pray for those who trespass against you. That's right. That's right. And that's what we have to strive. To be Christ-like is to strive to be like Christ. And Christ said, pray for those who trespass against you. In spite of. I am still compelled to give this man what he insists on not giving to others. I still have empathy for him, his wife, his kids. I can imagine the pain that lady is feeling right now. I can put myself in her position. And I mourn for her. That is God. That's not me. That's God. That's God. Because I can find 50 million reasons to say otherwise. But then 50 million reasons would not be God. So we have to stop making excuses. Stop justifying it and do better.
Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that it does a lot of damage, but can't stand the word empathy. Actually, I think
I didn't go to college. Charlie dropped out of community college. You know the college that he dropped out of had a 100% acceptance rate?
Really?
Yes, I don't understand. That's one thing that I think is hilarious to me is when Charlie says college is a scam, when his career is built off of debating college kids. If college was a scam and did not exist, CHARLIEKIRK would not have a platform.
Thank you, Janet.
You're right.
And he didn't even go to college.
Yeah, he went viral he built a business off those debates,
yes,
college debates.
Of debating college kids. He wandered around universities that he couldn't get into or complete to tell the students there that they were being scammed while profiting off of disincentivizing students. It's a weird thing to do. I didn't go to college. Charlie dropped out.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. Sure. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen.
Right.
You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home,
Yes.
by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view.
Empathy is is what I said. Imagine to put yourself in someone's position. Hold on, let's look it up. I just gave you the example. Even though I've not lost a husband, can you imagine? And if you can imagine, but let's go and look it up. I just gave you empathy. Empathy is the ability to understand and share your feelings for one another. Hold on. That's the first definition. Can you imagine someone's pain? Can even though it's not you, can you imagine? Can you feel it knowing? When a parent lose their child, although you haven't lost your child, can you imagine the pain they feeling? So does the imagination touch your heart, make you, oh my God, I have empathy, whether I like a person, whether I agree with their views. Yeah. That's it, using examples. Let's do this. Let's do this. Hold on. Okay, so the examples of empathy in the Bible. I mean, the mere fact that there is empathy in the Bible, did God show empathy? I mean, if our desires as believers is to be more Christ-like, is empathy in the Bible? Yes, it is. Felt compassion for the crowd, recognizing their helplessness. So, in all fairness, This is maybe just a suggestion. It's just a suggestion. I mean, wholeheartedly. It also gives Romans 12 and 15, 1 Peter 3 and 8, 1 John 3 and 17. So maybe that's an area that can be studied, not just read. Study to show thyself approved. Study empathy so that you may receive it, understand it, and then spread it, show it. Because God is wrapped in empathy. He's wrapped in empathy. Luke 10 and 25 through 37, 1 Corinthians 12 and 26. God is wrapped in empathy. So that's when I said it's hard for me to process that. If somebody, that's just hard for me to process because, yeah. Yeah, he had it for us. Absolutely. Absolutely. He had it for us. That's why, this is why I'm saying what I'm saying. But guess what? Guess what the beauty is? And I'm so proud of myself. Lord in heaven knows I am, because in spite of him not having it, I still have it for him. From the bottom of my heart, I still have empathy for him and his family. And he had none. He didn't believe in it. That's a problem. That's a problem. So I'm still going to stand up flat foot and firm for empathy for his situation. For the situation at hand and what happened to him, instead of saying, oh, that's what he get. Baby, because Laquita would have said that's what he get. I really dislike when people say that's what you get. I do not like that. Now, although I used to say it, now, because my relationship with God has increased, I cannot stand to hear when people say that's what a person gets. Now, when most time when people say that, I want somebody to ask me why. Auntie Fee, why? Why shouldn't we say that's what he get? Whoever that is a menace, why should you not say that's what you get? Because let me tell you why. Because we never say that's what a person gets when it is a reward, when it is of good. We only use that term when something bad happens. So it's with ill intent. It is in harm. And it took a while for me to grab that in my relationship with God. That's what you get is never in a rejoiceful manner. Somebody got a bonus, got a new job, and it was an increase. That's what you get. That ain't gonna never come out. That's what you get. Somebody just got a new house. Somebody blessed them. That's what you get. It never comes out. It's always in the negative. a manner. That's why I don't like it now. So we have to replace, although he probably would say that's what somebody get. I mean, he said it about George Floyd. That's what he get. He said that about George Floyd. Oh, he didn't die because of the need. And yes, I think that he should be pardoned. So are we supposed to say, when they arrest, send to prison, and so if somebody wants to come later and pardon him, are we supposed to rally behind it? But he said that's what George Floyd get, because he used drugs. And there are tons of people out there that says, well, that's what Kirk get. And I do not like, you reap what you sow. I get it. I understand. You reap what you sow. But we don't use you reap what you sow. Even with that, Denise, we don't use that in a positive note. It's always in a negative. It's always to the minutes. It's never, but I get it though. I get it. I'm not going to act like I don't get it. People use that only, I mean, I get it. I don't want anybody to think that, I have never said it. Yes, I have. But again, in my relationship, in my growth, my journey to peace, I have to let God deal with people on whatever level they are on, whether I like it or not. That falls into the serenity prayer. So that's empathy. And that's, and I have tried very hard to make sure I don't say that's what you get. Well, I think I show you that I care for you. I think I show you that I care how you feel. I know I do. Even when I think I may have went too far, I pause and show you that wait a minute, hold on. Okay, respect. You say I may be putting you in harm's way. What I do? I said, oh, okay, hold up. You right. Okay. And that's out of care. Never met you a day in my life. But I don't have to meet you to care. I don't have to know you personally to love you. I don't have to. It's just what's in me. So let me be the first to say, I do care how you feel. I care how, respectfully, I don't care how a troll feel. I don't care nothing about no troll. I don't care nothing about hate. I don't care nothing about a division, manipulation. I don't care nothing about none of that. Intentional sabotage, I don't care nothing about none of that. I care about every one of those kids who have been victimized. I care about them and they're not related to me. I'm going to go fight hard in the paint for them and they're not related to me. They're not related to me and I still care. Well, why do you care? They don't have that. They ain't your family. No, we related through God. We are related through righteousness. I care. Because I can only imagine how their parents felt finding out that their child had been taken advantage of in that manner. Yeah, I said I wasn't going to go over 4 hours. Lord, I got to. I mean, you know, what you say, Janet? We all love each other without ever meeting one. Absolutely. And guess what that is? Janet, that's God. That is not us. That's not us. That's God. And listen. I ain't taking credit for nothing. I'm not taking credit for nothing. That is God. That's God. I have been through some very trying times. I have scars to have gotten me to that point. I am proud of myself. And I take no credit for it. Don't thank me. Thank God, child. Listen. Yeah. Pressure. I care about how you feel. Stop that. Don't minimize what I said. I said I care about how you feel. Feelings is an emotion. How you feel. I care about how you feel. And I have displayed it for you in under this platform. I care about your feelings. That's an emotion. When it's real. That's why I was like, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. I can replay back what I said to you. Are you trolling? I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. Wait a minute. Hold on. I play with you all the time. And I was like, wait a minute. That's your feelings. That's an emotion. So I beg to differ. Now, the trolling you don't care nothing about. The trolling you don't care nothing about. But how you feel, if I've gone too far, if I've said something when you said that can cause some problems in real life, I said, oh, you know what? You're right. Ooh. I care. Oh, well, yeah, let that go. I care about how you feel. See, that needs to be a you and God talk. And when I say that, I mean talk to him just like I'm talking to you. No, God, Lord, why haven't I cried in 15 years? What have I suppressed? Set me free from that. That's bondage. It's okay. Give me peace with that. Lord, I need for you to heal that. Whatever have made me emotionally, mentally, and physically just withdraw. And only you can heal me from that, Lord. I can't do that for myself. I can't. I don't know how. No one has given us the tools for that. So I need you. Because if you don't remove it, Lord, it will stay and it will grow. I can't do it. Here it goes again. No man stirred upright. My hands are not clean enough to heal me from that. I need you. I need you. And sometimes we have to cry out for that healing. I love you, never met you enough to plant that seed. Someone planted it in me. So why would I not share it? That's bondage. And I wholeheartedly pray that God heals you from that. It's okay to love and embrace. And I'm there for you in spirit and in truth, pressure. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I mean that. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna go. I need to get some lunch. We've gone too far. I am 4 hours and 15 minutes in, and we done went to a search and rescue, to a lost and found, to what is it? The Epstein files, the timeline, to the Bible, to we can love and pray for one another. We need a healing. This is a test of faith. Thank you, Kimberly. Thank you, Stop Playing. Clarinetta, Janet, Big Pressure, my little brother, Denise. Hey, Satoya, I missed you coming in. I was looking up, child. I was looking up. Y'all, thank you for all this. Hi, Charlene Jensen. I'm just now seeing you. Lord, I don't know. Let me find me something to eat. Lord, I thank you for increasing my territory, reaching this little old platform, this little old lady, as they say. Lord, I thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Until next time, good people.